Summit has lots of local destinations, but where do you start? Green Street, a vibrant community space in the heart of downtown, is where Lee Summit comes together. Its 3 dynamic areas have something for everyone. Green Street Market is a modern event venue and home to the downtown Lee Summit Farmers Market. Green Street Lawn is a covered performance space hosting live music, family activities, and more. Green Street Grove is a mixture of gathering spaces, an immersive playground, and bold architectural features. And all 3 areas host community events year-round. So the next time you set out to enjoy the city you love, remember, meet at Green Street.
Hello, Lee Summit. I'm Jordan. Here's your flash briefing for the week of July 6th. City Council will meet for a regular session Tuesday night at 6 in Council Chambers and City Hall. Meetings are open to the public or watch live on the city's YouTube channel. If you can't watch, catch the recorded meeting on demand on the YouTube channel or by subscribing to the Council Debrief newsletter, which breaks down 3 to 4 key agenda items. Subscribe at citybells.net. Join us for the last Football Friday celebration this Friday, July 10th from 6 to 10 p.m. at Green Street. This Football Friday celebrates 100 years of Route 66, honoring a century of road trips, retro vibes, and classic Americana as part of the Highway's centennial year. For more details, visit lsgoal26.org/football-Fridays. Looking for a sweet way to explore Lee Summit this summer? Families are invited to take part in the Summit Scoops Ice Cream Crawl. Kids can visit all 6 participating local ice cream spots, collect a stamp at each stop, and turn in their completed passport to win a prize. You can find the ice cream locations and download your passport at explorels.com. Thanks for listening and have a great week.
Keeping our city beautiful is a collaborative effort for all citizens. The City of Lee Summit supports these efforts with a set of guidelines or ordinances, and the city's neighborhood services team helps put those guidelines into practice. These guidelines ensure grass stays trimmed, fences are maintained, home exteriors are kept up, and much more. We can all help out by first making sure our property meets these guidelines. If you notice a potential violation on a neighbor's property, first check the guidelines on the city's website. If it is a violation, the next step is to communicate with your neighbor directly. If that is not possible, or if the problem persists, it can be reported through LS Connect. LS Connect is an online platform for submitting issues to the city. You can access it on the city website or by downloading the app through your mobile device's app store. Once you submit an issue, it is reviewed by the neighborhood services team. A neighborhood services officer will then visit the site. For any violations found, the neighborhood services officer will leave a notice and speak with the property owner if possible. The officer's goal is to help the property owner solve or abate the problem as quickly as possible. After a 10-day period, the officer will inspect the site to see if the issue has been abated. Normally, by this point, the issue has been resolved. If not, depending on the type of issue, an extension could be granted, or the city might fix the problem at the owner's expense. In rare cases, if all other measures have been applied, the issue will be resolved in the municipal court. Neighborhood services officers work hard to resolve problems quickly and positively. They are here to support the community as we work together to keep our city beautiful.
Welcome to the Lee Summit Sign Department. We are going to walk you through our process from start to finish. We make signs as needed here. It's not like we just go out into the field and place a speed limit sign here, or no parking here. Our traffic engineers, they go through and they'll do field studies. They'll send us down an engineering work order for us to go out, place new signs or remove signs as needed. Coming from the material, our blanks come in and they're just aluminum blanks. We can put our white, our red, our fluorescent yellow, green, whatever. And basically what it looks like is just that there. Throw it up into the roller. And once we got it covered, take it to our work table here, and Tim will cut the corners, cut all the access off to where it's lined up right. As far as the plotter and the software that we use, there's a street name sign there, and he's gonna go ahead and print that out on the plotter so you can see the plotter and how it operates and runs. There's standards for the height, even just on letters on the sign blank. Basically what we have on the computer there is it's pretty much set up to those. And it goes through, it's got a very small but sharp needle that goes through and cuts everything out, letter by letter. Once that's done cutting, our next stage would be bringing it over here. Currently picking out the sign letters right now. We call it weeding or picking or however you want to call it. Next, putting it on the transfer tape. Then after it's taped, we bring it over to the roller. That's where we apply it to the actual sign blank. And we'll roll it through one time just to get the air bubbles out. And the last stage is basically just taking the transfer tape off the front of it. And there's a finished product of the street name sign. We'll take you out to the field and show you our process that we go through. We're gonna go out and follow our sign guys and get something installed for you. This is where we check our underground utilities. Tim, you got AT&T?
AT&T's back here.
Evergy, Google, so we should be good to go. We normally put all of our stuff together out in the field. Then once the base is installed, we'll go ahead and put the post in there. We've come up to perfect. And that's how we do it. Simple, quick.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network, who's close to you. If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as the co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please, how can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well, then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
Lee Summit has lots of local destinations, but where do you start? Green Street, a vibrant community space in the heart of downtown, is where Lee Summit comes together. Its 3 dynamic areas have something for everyone. Green Street Market is a modern event venue and home to the downtown Lee Summit Farmers Market. Green Street Lawn is a covered performance space hosting live music, family activities, and more. Green Street Grove is a mixture of gathering spaces, an immersive playground, and bold architectural features. And all 3 areas host community events year-round. So the next time you set out to enjoy the city you love, remember, meet at Green Street.
Please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. we pause for a moment of reflection and gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. Grant us wisdom to make thoughtful decisions, humility to listen with open minds, and courage to do what is right even when it is difficult. Help us to treat one another and every member of our community with respect, recognizing that while we may not always agree, we all share a common commitment to the well-being of our city. May our work tonight be guided by integrity, compassion, and a spirit of service, and may the decisions we make contribute to a stronger, safer, and more welcoming community for all. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. I'd like to call the City Council regular session number 7 to order, please. Can I please have roll call?
Councilmember Frazier.
Present.
Councilmember Rader.
Present.
Councilmember Pryor. Councilmember Cravens.
Here.
Councilmember Funk.
Present.
Councilmember Adkins.
Present.
Councilmember Carlisle.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Here.
Mayor Lopez.
Here. All right. We now need to approve the agenda. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Cravens. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Agenda is approved, 8-0, 1 absent. Thank you. We now need to approve the consent agenda. We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Cravens. Any discussion? Hearing none, please cast your vote. Consent agenda is approved, 8-0, 1 absent. Thank you. All right, takes us to Council Roundtable. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you. So I want to say a big shout out to LS Goal, who's been hosting a whole series of really amazing Football Friday events. The last one is going to be this Friday, so if you haven't had a chance to come out to Green Street, they've been having watch parties and kids activities and face painting and bubble guy and all kinds of stuff. So one last chance to do that. Also have Farmers Market Wednesday and Saturday. And then finally I want to say good luck to Councilmember Pryor's daughter, who's playing in her All-Star game tonight. So
That's awesome.
thank you.
Anyone else? Has everyone been out to Green Street for futsal nights? It's been a cool event. Yes, Councilmember Atkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to add on that we're doing at this Friday's Football Friday is going to be the last Football Friday because there's been 5 in a row and it's wonderful. But this Friday we're going to have a scarf exchange, which is a historical, traditional ceremony where you exchange your scarves with all the other teams and your opposition, and it's a sign of unity and a sign of collaboration. So we'll do that with other cities or municipalities or chambers or rotaries. Anyone who has their own scarf is welcome to come and be a part of the ceremony, and Mayor Lopez will give some remarks. And so we're just happy to have everyone. It's been a great 6 weeks.
Thank you for bringing that up. And we're shooting for 6:30 p.m., 6:45 ceremony. Great. Thank you. Appreciate you mentioning that. Okay, we'll proceed with the agenda. We have a proclamation, correct? All right, I'll come down and meet you.
And this is for the Parks Department. All right, this proclamation emphasizes that Lee Summit Parks and Recreation plays a vital role in enhancing the community's quality of life by providing parks, trails, facilities, programs, and events that promote health, wellness, inclusion, and environmental stewardship. These amenities support the physical, mental, and emotional well-being of residents, contribute to economic growth through tourism and increase property values, and strengthen the community by serving more than 2.7 million visitors each year through a wide variety of recreational opportunities for people of all ages.
Great, thank you. Now therefore, I, J. Bethel Lopez, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Lee Summit, Missouri, do hereby proclaim July 2026 as Parks and Recreation Month in recognition of the importance of parks and recreation within Lee Summit, as well as the efforts of Lee Summit Parks and Rec Board, staff, and volunteers, and all the contributions they make to the well-being of our community. Mr. Snook, thank you very much, and a few words, and introduce everyone.
Well, I will let them introduce themselves here in just a second, but thank you very much. There's over 10,000 Parks and Rec agencies across the country that are delivering these wonderful services to their local communities, and for us to have you recognize us and read this proclamation is an honor, and we appreciate that. We love serving our community. It wouldn't happen without collaboration with other city departments, the wonderful staff that we have in Parks and Recreation, and probably most importantly, the citizens. We get a lot of citizen input. They love coming to our different events that we have and giving us feedback on everything, and so we just appreciate everybody that helps make this Parks Department the wonderful, successful department that it is. So I've introduced myself. I'll take the mic down here, but Joe Snook, Administrator of the Parks Department.
Excellent.
Megan Cruz, Gamber Community Center.
Jody Jordan, Superintendent of Recreation Services.
Steve Casey, Superintendent of Park Planning and Construction.
Heath Harris, Superintendent of Rec Services.
David Dean, Superintendent of Park Operations.
Mindy Allenbach, Park Board Member.
Kathy Campbell, Park Board Member.
Cassidy Deal, Recreation Intern.
T.D. Shantz, Superintendent of Administration.
So who made it to Legacy Blast? Were you guys all there? Yes. That was another cool event. Oh, that was you guys. You guys blew it up. Great job. Great job.
Literally.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you all so much. Park board members, thank you for all of your commitment as well. Staff, you guys do amazing work. And that's one of the things that I know many of us elected representatives here always brag on our park system. That's because of you guys, and we really do appreciate what you do. I brag on you guys on a regular basis because I think we have the best parks department and park service in the entire metro area. So thanks to you guys, appreciate it. How about one more round of applause and a picture?
There we go. Make sure I get everybody. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we will now move on with the agenda. And we have some public hearings here before us tonight. So at this point, I will now close the regular session and open the public hearing on application number 2026-7671. Public hearing, Arborside Land Clearance for Redevelopment Authority, LCRA, Redevelopment Plan for Land Reserve Inc. as the applicant. Will all those wishing to speak please stand and be sworn in by our city clerk? I do. Thank you. Mr. Bushek.
Yes. Good evening, David Bushek, Economic Development Counsel for the city. This, strictly speaking, is a public hearing that we are opening to consider a land clearance for redevelopment authority plan, but this presentation is much more than that. This presentation consists of a full explanation of how this funding package works to fund public improvements. So the specific item that we're talking about in this public hearing is for the LCRA plan. The next public hearing is for the Community Improvement District, and by the time I'm finished, hopefully you'll understand how these work in concert for the funding plan that we put together to fund the major public improvements for the Arborside area, which is the northern 1,000 acres owned by the parties that we will be introducing in a moment. The speakers tonight, there's actually going to be 5 speakers, including myself. We'll have Kurt Peterson and Tyler Buswell with the Land Reserve team presenting various slides, and then Michael Park and Jeff Thorne, city staff members, will be presenting various components of the public improvements that we'll be discussing in more detail. I thought it would be important to cover a few sort of housekeeping items regarding the nature of this presentation. By the time I'm finished, you'll see that this has been a very collaborative process, and it's sort of a joint presentation between the city and the applicant in this case. My role in this presentation is the same as it always is when I'm discussing these sort of requests with you, and we're considering a funding package like this or an incentive package, which is my job is to make sure you're making a fully informed decision, fully informed, legally defensible decision. I'm not here to persuade you to do anything, but the applicant in this case is. So that is the Land Reserve team that will be speaking to you. And I thought it would be important to call that out because the interesting joint nature of our presentation, it's very collaborative. And so the city is still serving its traditional role of making sure that you're making a good decision, and I'm providing information to you, and it's the Land Reserve team that has the burden of persuasion, to the extent that there is one, to try to convince you to approve this for the benefit of their property. I want to make sure that we're clear on those roles at the outset. This presentation also includes much less background than in the past. We have made 3 presentations of the same subject matter to the City Council in April of 24. The City Council approved a memorandum of understanding between the city and Property Reserve, which is the precursor to Land Reserve, which is the entity you're hearing tonight. That memorandum of understanding essentially obligated the parties to cooperate, to plan for the highest and best use of this property, and to develop a funding mechanism to fund the major public improvements in the northern area. And then we'll be repeating it for the southern area, the southern 3,200 acres at a different time. So the focus tonight is just the 1,000 northern acres based on the memorandum of understanding that the city executed with the party that we're presenting with you tonight back in 24. And then in 25, we had a conceptual presentation to talk about the same subject matter that we're talking about tonight. And then a few months ago, we had an update to the City Council. So various of you have heard the subject matter of this presentation tonight multiple times over. For that reason, we've dispensed with some of the background information. We're comfortable that you understand the scope and the magnitude of what we're dealing with, although that will be repeated a bit in the presentation tonight. So, I guess the last point that I'll mention is this has been a long time coming. We've been working with the Land Reserve team for 7 years now. It's taken a substantial amount of time, largely because of the scope of the land that we're talking about, the scope of the improvements, and by the time I'm finished, hopefully you'll appreciate that even more. As I said, we've talked about this with you several times, but it's a significant undertaking. It's a comprehensive undertaking to avoid what might be a piecemeal approach over a period of 10 to 20 years, and that also will become more clear when we're finished with the presentation. So with that, those are sort of my introductory remarks to set the stage for the discussion tonight. Summary of the presentation. As I said, this is a public hearing specifically to consider the LCRA plan, and also I will be talking about the CID petition. So this is one of those hearings where I'm going to talk about the entire funding package. I'm going to be talking ultimately about both components. When we get to the second public hearing later, the intention is to incorporate all the evidence and testimony from this public hearing into that public hearing to avoid repeating everything. So the goal is to have a full discussion during this public hearing. With that, the order of the presentation is first we'll go through the Arborside development. We'll be talking about how the LCRA plan and the CID petition ultimately work to implement this. You will come to understand how this funding plan will work for the major regional public improvements and the site-specific public improvements to develop this area. Second, we will be talking about the LCRA plan specifically, and then we will end with the action items for the City Council, the specific items that you will be asked to consider tonight and you will be making a vote on. And then before I proceed, I would also like to enter into evidence exhibits 1 through 10 that are in your meeting packet on the exhibit list.
Please enter exhibits 1 through 10 into the packet, please.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So the goals of this presentation, the goals of our coordination with Land Reserve is to create a long-term infrastructure funding plan. You will see that we have itemized all of the major regional infrastructure costs that are necessary to develop this area, and we've also factored in the site improvement costs for each individual project that eventually gets approved in this area. The goal is to be proactive rather than reactive and to create certainty for development moving forward. One of the key things that this opportunity presents itself is to avoid a piecemeal approach. And what I mean by that is if you were to consider many of the other developed commercial areas in the city, each of those projects in many cases received incentive approvals to pay for public improvements. And we have the opportunity in this instance to do it with one property owner, one time, to set the stage for the next 20 years to fund these public improvements. And by the time I'm finished, you will also hopefully understand that if we don't take this approach, I think something equivalent would eventually result, but it would be much more piecemeal. And I'll explain what that means when I get to some other slides later. So the goal is to avoid that piecemeal approach and work with one property owner given the opportunity we have today. We have secured certain state funding and federal funding for certain of the public improvements, and I'll explain what the city brings to the table in that regard through the presentation. The goal is ultimately to make the best long-term decisions for the highest and best use of this property and to be as transparent as possible. And as I go through my presentation, hopefully I will explain to you and to anybody who might be listening to this exactly how this works so everything is transparent as possible. With that, I will turn the podium over to Tyler Buswell to begin the discussion of the Arborside development and introduce the parties from their perspective.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Buswell. I'm the president of Land Reserve. I'm also the global head of Land for Property Reserve. And both of those entities are real estate investment companies based in Salt Lake City. We have diversified real estate portfolio that we invest the reserve funds for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And because of who our ultimate owner is, there's a couple of things we really care about. And the first thing is we want to build great communities, and we invest in great communities. And we invest long-term in communities. So a lot of our land investments, nationwide and even international, are 30, 40, 50-year investments. And that's what the case is here in Lee Summit. We invested in about 4,000 acres, some of it almost 40 years ago, and then some of it was also in the 90s, so over 30 years ago. So even the most recent piece of property we bought in Lee Summit was over 30 years ago. And Lee Summit is a wonderful community. And again, we invested in it a long time ago because it was a community we believed in. The growth, the jobs, the people, the government. And the last 7 years, as David mentioned, we have been working towards tonight of this project of really getting ready for development. And so let me I guess do a quick explanation of property reserve versus land reserve. Property reserve is a long-term real estate investing company that holds land and assets. Land reserve is a master plan developer, and we have master plan communities all over America, and we are really excited to have a new master plan community. In fact, we'll have 2 master plan communities here in Lee Summit. Tonight, we are going to focus on Arborside, which is 1,000 acres. So I'm going to, do I press forward here, David? Oh, there we go. Perfect. So we're going to talk about the northern piece here, which is about 1,000 acres. I thought it would be helpful for City Council to see, I don't know that you've ever seen this, of ownership. So historically, Property Reserve owned all of this land. Land Reserve, as we have been getting ready to transition to master plan community development, Land Reserve has purchased the land from Property Reserve and is starting the development, entitlement, incentive process, all of those things. So this is the normal course that we follow. So Arborside, the 1,000 acres to the north, you'll note Land Reserve has also purchased about 1,000 acres in the south, 3,000 acres. So you can see the red pieces there. The red is what Property Reserve still owns. So Property Reserve still has holdings there. Over time, Land Reserve will take that down. You'll also note, I'm not sure if it's blue or purple from the screen, but that's another 230 acres that we have already sold to the school district for Lee Summit. So this is us planning 6 schools. We've been working for a couple of years with, again, not just the city, but the school district on parks and trails and schools. Even today, we had a meeting, and we've had multiple meetings over many years about where the park's going to go, where the trail's going to go, how can we get kids to school without walking on the road. You know, all of those type of concepts, when you have large acreages like this, and when we're able to do this type of project, like David mentioned, where it's a cohesive, thoughtful idea of what is the community going to be, how does this benefit the community, how does the transportation work, how do the parks work, how do the schools work. It's just been a great process. So I would say thank you to all of you. Thank you to city staff. It has been great working with all of you, and we're excited for this. I mean, this is the start. We've been 7 years to get here, but we haven't really even put a shovel in the ground. So this is a 20-year investment moving forward as well, and we're so excited for that. So with that, I will turn it back over to, I think, David.
So focusing in on the Arborside area, I will call out a few features here for you to orient you with this property. The spine that runs through the Arborside area is Todd George Parkway. We have Strother Road here that is at the interchange, at essentially the center of the property. The forested area off to the east, that's the park area. We've got Colburn Road down on the south. You've got the interstate flanking this on the west side. The airport is located over here to the west. That plays into the land uses here because this is the flight path for airplanes, and so there are height restrictions over this area. And what you will see eventually with the land use plan that will be discussed later, this is planned to be the industrial area because of that height restriction. That's one of the factors that plays into this. You've got Woods Chapel up on the north, and I already mentioned the park over on the east. So that sort of orients you with this area. It's currently technically 8 separate parcels, but we're treating it as one comprehensive area to be developed. This slide is essentially a summary of all of the things that we have been focusing on for the last 7 years. So we've taken into account all of the land uses that might develop in this area: residential, commercial, office, light industrial, certain mixed-use areas. We've factored in parks, schools, police and fire coverage. All of these issues have been thoroughly discussed between the city and the land reserve team with our many planning meetings. And so the land use plans that go into the applications that you will eventually see when land reserve sells to site developers for development of the property takes all of that into account. So those are factors that play a part in the infrastructure that we're trying to fund as a result of this structure. Focusing in then on the public improvements. This slide itemizes all of the public improvements that are regional in nature. The regional public improvements are major transportation improvements totaling about $40 million, and you'll see that the city has secured $24,000 in funding for those major transportation improvements. That is the Todd George Parkway. That is an agreement that the City Council has already approved for Land Reserve to move forward with the construction of Todd George Parkway, ultimately using city funds which are programmed into the capital improvements plan. So that is something that we are already moving forward with. Then sanitary sewer, the city has secured funding for $10.5 million of those costs. And so the city's contribution to the overall funding of the regional improvements is about $34.5 million. The remainder then is what we're working to solve for. These are the major regional infrastructure improvements that we're trying to fund. In addition to this, there will be site-specific public improvements. We have factored into the funding plan an allowance to fund the site-specific public improvements. So here's an example of what I mean by that. Imagine, for example, there's a project that's going to be developed on one of the major arterial roads. I don't know if this is actually the case and if an application will actually show this, but if there's a major improvement that flanks either Todd George or Strother, let's say, ultimately it's likely that there will be a list of conditions associated with that zoning approval. There will be certain of the regional public improvements that are itemized on this list, and then there will be certain site-specific improvements, public improvements. The primary goal of this funding structure is to target the regional public improvements that you see on this slide. And so in those conditions, that you may impose upon this hypothetical development in my situation. Some of those public improvements that are called for that development may be on this list, and some of them may be site-specific improvements that are not on this list. Our focus is the regional public improvements first and the site improvements second, but we factored in both of those. And I'll call back to that later when we talk in a little more detail about the mechanics of this, the distinction between the regional and the site-specific public improvements. But these are the regional public improvements in the major categories that we're trying to fund. The next few slides, we're going to discuss some of the specific improvements, and the first one will be the transportation improvements, and we'll have Mr. Park come up and talk about that.
Yes, good evening, Michael Park, Director of Public Works. So as you can see, one of the major cost categories in the public infrastructure was roadways. So what we focused on were the major arterial roadways being Todd George Parkway and Strother Road. As you heard from Mr. Bushek, these improvements were already planned, and you have exercised an agreement for a public-private partnership to deliver these improvements. And really that was born, as we explained, that agreement as it was presented to you previously, to accelerate the project on a timeline that is more compatible with the land development approach that Land Reserve has proposed. So this was a project that both Strother and Todd George Parkway that were approved by the voters in the April 2023 bond election. It was a project that we anticipated a need anyways with the growing volume and capacity constraint of Todd George and Strother. The community anticipates that growth would continue, so we try to build ahead of that growth so we're not in such a dire congested situation. And so as we had that voter-approved bond issue, we had secured that $24 million for this project, being Todd George and Strother, as well as the major water line that runs along these roadways. The scope of the improvements are to widen it, very much like what Todd George looks like, to the south of Colburn Road. So 4 lanes, raised median, curb and gutter, enclosed storm sewer system, street lighting, traffic signal at the intersection at Strother. Turn lanes, shared use path, sidewalk, all of those that you would expect from a built-out urban major arterial corridor. The same aesthetic and elements would appear on Strother. And so we had initially had that in the capital improvement plan. After the election, would secured those funds for our out years, right? We're looking at 2030 through 2032, 2033. Well, that timeline was not one that was compatible with the developer, and developer Land Reserve came forward with a proposal of that partnership agreement to deliver it on their schedule. And that really was a good win-win for the community because it capped our cost and our exposure at $24 million. It very much will likely come in higher than that. That's why you see those costs exceeding $24 million on that cost table before this slide. And so I think that they've already gone through an RFQ process, a request for qualifications. They selected an engineer, that's Continental Engineering, to design it. Design meetings have already began. We are working through that project so that they meet our standards. So in this sense, we are still managing the design. They are going to manage the schedule and the construction. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the major transportation improvements that are proposed here.
Don't see any at this point.
Thank you.
And now Jeff will talk about the sewer improvements.
Thank you. Jeff Thorne, Director of Water Utilities. The sewer improvements out here are necessary because this abuts Lake Chicomo. There is no gravity sewer underneath Lake Chicomo like there is under Blue Springs Lake. So in order to drain any of the sanitary sewer out of this area, it requires lift stations. This proposal has 3 lift stations in it, totaling about $34 million in cost. They're necessary because the land drains west to east towards the lake. They're located in natural low areas in the draws that are in the topography there. These lift stations were identified in our 2006 and 2023 master plans. We knew they were coming, but unlike a road, if there isn't something there to use it, there's no cars traveling up it, it's just sitting there getting older and worse with time. So we don't build pump stations in empty fields. Development drives that. In anticipation of this coming, when the meeting started 7 years ago, the then city manager and mayor went to Jefferson City, got us a legislative priority grant. That's where that $10.5 million comes from to fund the work on this project. When we do this, we'll have the 3 pump stations, 2 of which are already under design. We entered into a contract with HDR Engineering to design those pump stations. I anticipate to have 30% plans on them later this week. We're also working on a alternative delivery method for this to meet some of the timelines. We've been meeting with potential CMAR partners on this, and we'll be bringing that forward to Public Works Committee in the future, assuming that this all goes forward. If not, we'll have a better idea of what these pump stations are. Either way, we can off-ramp that at any point. But currently, we're moving forward on looking at these pump stations and that. On this map, you'll see the blue line. That is the water main extension that's going to happen along Todd George in order to provide both service and fire protection to this area. We require a water line be installed, and that's about $6 million. So all total in water and sewer is about $40 million worth of impact out here. Happy to answer any questions you might have on that.
None, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So at this point in the presentation, I will describe to you ultimately how this funding plan works, but I thought I would take a slightly different approach. I've discussed with you previously when we had the update a few months ago how this structure works, but I think I came up with maybe a better way to describe it tonight. My goal with talking through the next slide here is my approach is if I were to explain how this funding plan works to any citizen of Lee Summit, my goal is to just explain this in plain English, trying to avoid the legal jargon and trying to walk through in a very simple explanation what it is we're doing and the basis for this. In my mind, in order to do that, there's some background. So hopefully you'll bear with me, and I will get to the point. It may seem like I'm meandering a little bit. I'm going to weave some zoning and subdivision discussion into this, but hopefully this will make sense by the time I'm finished. This is how I would describe how this funding plan works to any citizen under the assumption that they know nothing about what I'm talking about, because I find that's usually the case when I talk with people. They ask me what I do, planning, zoning, and economic development. Most people really have no experience with that. They don't understand what those fields mean. And so my approach with this explanation is hopefully any citizen can understand this, working from the very basics all the way up to the complexity associated with it. So we start with the city has a Unified Development Ordinance, UDO. The Unified Development Ordinance is a combination of different types of authorities. There's zoning authority, there's subdivision authority, there's building code authority, there's authority to manage the construction of public improvements. All of those different disciplines are woven into the UDO. Zoning authority is granted by state statute to the city and allows you to adopt an ordinance to separate the uses. So commercial, industrial, residential. The main focus of zoning is to make sure that uses are compatible when they're adjacent. So you have residential where residential should go. It's not next to the noxious uses, industrial, and everything is compatible. That's the basic purpose of zoning. Subdivision authority is, I think, probably the most important component of our discussion tonight, and some people might disagree with that, but I think the subdivision authority is really the heart of what we're talking about tonight. The reason the city has subdivision regulations is to make sure that when property is subdivided and it's used more intensively, there's adequate public facilities and services to serve that development. So I'll start with the origins of the city. In 1865, the town of Strother was platted. And then in 1868, it became the city of Lee Summit. The most important part of what I just said is the town was started with a plat. A plat was filed. So where I'm standing and where you're sitting, the original town of Strother was platted here. We had to look into that plat extensively when we purchased land for the Green Street project, and we negotiated the purchase of property across the street from AT&T. I had the opportunity to investigate those plats for various purposes and for replatting. What's a plat? A plat is a very detailed type of map that authorizes a property owner to sell individual platted lots. There's lots, there's tracts, there's right-of-way, all of these different shapes, which you're used to because you see this frequently. That's what a plat is. So a plat authorizes the developer to sell individual lots, intensifying development. That's why the subdivision regulations are a very important component of this discussion, because the city's role in that process is to make sure that there's adequate public facilities to serve that development before it's chopped up and sold for more intense development, to make sure we have adequate roads, water, sewer, stormwater, all of the major public components. And that's really the purpose of the city ultimately. As I said, the town of Strother was formed by a plat to make sure that when those lots are sold by the property owners, there's adequate public facilities to serve the area. And then as the city grows, we continue to plat, and we apply our zoning regulations and our subdivision regulations to make sure that the pace of roads, water, sewer, stormwater, all the public improvements that the city's ultimately responsible for are built as land develops. So that's sort of the foundation of what this funding program is designed to address. With density, that drives the need for public improvement. So platting is an important part of this. Now, fast forward to today. When you receive a zoning application, it's very common for you to impose conditions on that approval. The city traditionally, over the entire course that I've had the opportunity to work with the city works towards saying yes rather than no to zoning applications. Here's what that means from a legal perspective. If you receive a zoning application and there's inadequate public infrastructure, we need more roads, we need more water, it's underserved with stormwater, you have the ability to say no to that zoning application. That is not traditionally what Lee Summit does. Lee Summit traditionally says yes, but you have to fill in the gaps. You, the developer, you have to build the public improvements that the city is not prepared to develop. So it's kind of a timing issue, which I've explained to you. Ultimately, it's a way of saying yes and imposing conditions on the developer, and now the developer has to figure out how to fund those public improvements. That's how the city builds out, and that's how the public improvements build out. So over time, there's certain public improvements that you fund through the capital improvements plan, and there's a substantial amount of public improvements that are ultimately funded by developers based on those conditions, which are exactions, and that's what you impose when you approve zoning applications and subdivision applications. And like I said, I think subdivision regulations are the key, because that's where we're really ensuring that there's adequate public facilities to serve the city and serve the property as it develops out. So that's how we get to the framework for this. So then the question becomes, what does a developer do? What's the developer's role in this? When developers develop property, they all do essentially the same functions. They purchase the land, they assemble the land, they establish the financing, which I'll come back to, they prepare the site, they build the public improvements if that's what you impose upon them, and they seek the entitlements. They go through the zoning process, the subdivision process, the building permit process, all the building codes. The developer does all of those functions. Every time that you see a zoning application, the financing for that is another question. The developer always has to get financing to cause the project. That could be private financing, or it could be a mix of public and private financing. And what we found over the last 30 years when I've been working with the city is it's very common for developers to request incentives to pay for those public improvements that I discussed. So when the city says, yes, your zoning is approved, but you have to build these public improvements because the city is not prepared to do so, it's very common for the development community to say, I'm going to need some assistance because I can't build this project and make money when you factor in all these other fixed costs that all projects have. Purchase the land, establish the financing, prepare the site, and sometimes the site is challenging. Sometimes there's a lot of grading. Sometimes you have to move power poles. Sometimes you have to move roads, and there's all sorts of examples of these that I could talk about. But then when it comes to the financing, it's up to the developer ultimately to figure out what their financing package is. Sometimes it's purely private financing, and you don't hear an incentive request. In a lot of the cases that you do hear an incentive request, history has shown that it's to fund the public improvements. So that's really the basis of how we get to this funding package. Now, a little side discussion, incentive requests. There's a few factual statements that I think I can make about these incentive requests that the City Council has approved many times over to help educate the public on why this has happened. First, it's really the but-for test. And I borrow that from tax increment financing, which we're not discussing tonight, but it's basically the necessity. The developer in each case comes to you and says, I can't build this project and make money unless I have some sort of assistance to fund the public improvements. That's what has led to the incentive request. The important point is, each time an incentive request comes forward, you sit in judgment over that request. There have been many instances where you have said no to incentive requests because you think there's not sufficient public purpose, or there's not sufficient public improvements, or whatever the justification is not sufficient. The city council has said no on some occasions. There have been some occasions where we have to discuss that issue for an extended period of time before you eventually get to yes on an incentive request. But the point is, each time you receive an incentive request, you are evaluating whether that incentive is necessary, and in this case, to fund public improvements. That's specifically what we're talking about. Second point is, each time you have approved incentives, there's always been a very valid public purpose behind each of those, and sometimes it's multiple public purposes. Sometimes it's blight clearance. The property is blighted and it needs to be cleared. Sometimes it's for economic development, and I would make an argument that maybe in every case, economic development is one of the reasons, and then I thought, well, historic preservation might be an exception to that, but then I could make the argument that historic preservation also advances economic development. We could go off on a tangent and talk about that. And then we get to the specific land uses. There is always a specific reason based on the land use application that you're reviewing as justification for the incentive. So for industrial, it's really regional competition, and we've talked about this in the past. When the city considered its first major industrial project, which was the Skinnell project that's behind the police station, at that point in time, a lot of the communities in the region on the Missouri side of the Kansas City metropolitan area had already approved very healthy incentive packages for industrial development, and that was the world that this city council was entering into when it approved incentive packages for industrial. So municipal regional competition might be the purpose in that case. Commercial. In the cases where you've provided incentives for commercial, it's largely for public improvements, and I could talk about Summit Woods and the substantial public improvements there, Summit Fair, Discovery Park, Oldham Village, East Village, lots of public improvements associated with those. And then obviously the public benefit is the jobs and the sales tax revenues. The commercial projects that generate sales tax revenues are part of the backbone of the city's finances. Then for residential, the people, back to the original founding of the city. Why was the city originally platted? It's for the people. So the community started with the people, and to the extent that this city council has approved incentives for residential projects over time, the public purpose for that is more people. That's the backbone of the community. So each one of the different types of land uses has its own specific reasons that I think you've approved incentive packages in the past. And then ultimately, it enhances the tax revenues of the city. So we're looking for growth and development at the highest and best use. That's, as I said, that's the goal for this property. So, and then there could be, this discussion could branch off into some other interesting issues, which I won't talk about. But the point I wanted to make is each time you receive an incentive request, you're passing judgment on the necessity of it, and there's multiple additional public purposes associated with that. That is the basis for the funding structure that is proposed tonight. The mechanics for this are really in keeping with what the city council has approved many times over for other properties. And it's really the exact same situation in this case. So in each case where a developer has requested incentives for public improvements, that's the situation we're faced with here. Between all of the different components that site developers, that land reserve will ultimately sell to, the public improvements have to be funded somehow. And I think ultimately, if you choose not to use this approach, I think the same thing would happen, as has happened with the city over the last 30 years, but I think it would be in a much more piecemeal fashion. I think you would be entertaining multiple incentive requests to fund public improvements for multiple developments as opposed to doing it with one opportunity, talking with one property owner. And that's sort of my prognostication as to what would happen if we were to take a different approach, or if we weren't doing this tonight. If we weren't presenting this to you, I think that's ultimately what would happen. So now, getting into the mechanics of how this actually works, I'll talk about each of the specific taxes. First, property taxes. The LCRA plan that you're specifically considering will abate those property taxes down to zero. So this is the mechanics. Property taxes will become zero and will be replaced with three things, which we'll talk about in more detail, and we'll have some numbers. There's the payment in lieu of taxes component. So when we abate the taxes, first there's payment in lieu of taxes. It's called a pilot, and that flows to the taxing district. So a portion of the abated taxes will flow to the taxing districts as normal, as the revenue normally flows. Second, there'll be a component of the abated taxes that are reimposed as special assessments by the Community Improvement District, and that's the next public hearing. So that CID will have two funding sources, one of which is special assessments for a portion of those abated taxes. Those special assessments are dollars, which then flow to reimburse the appropriate party for the public improvements that they construct, which I already showed you. And then the last component of the abated taxes will remain as abated. So if you were to sort of picture a bar graph, abated taxes, you have pilots for a portion of it, special assessments, which fund the public improvements, and then the last, which is not actually imposed, not paid by the property owner, that's actual abatement to induce development, which we will discuss in more detail in a moment. So with respect to the property tax, that's the mechanics. That's how this works. Sales taxes. Good news, all of the sales taxes that normally flow to the sales taxing districts are not affected by this plan. They flow to the city, the county, the zoo district, and the CID in this case, as they normally would. There's no disruption of the flow of sales tax revenues, which is a very significant benefit for the city, which will be covered in a moment. And then finally, the CID sales tax. The CID will impose a new 1% sales tax. Half of those revenues will be used to pay for the regional public improvements, and half will be used to pay for the site public improvements, the specific improvements that will eventually come out of the zoning applications, which we don't know yet today, but we know there's going to have to be local roads and some of the local improvements. So from the additional CID sales tax, half will go to the regional improvements that I described to you, and half will go to the site improvements. Then the LCRA plan also provides some additional benefits to the developer. Sales tax exemption on construction materials. When the developer or site developers go purchase the materials that are used to construct the actual buildings, the city will be extending its sales tax exemption so those purchases can be made on a tax exempt basis. That's one of the benefits of the LCRA plan that's a component of this funding structure. I already talked about the property tax abatement, and then the special assessments will be a replacement for a portion of the property taxes. So, to really simplify it, the LCRA plan abates the taxes, and the CID generates two revenue sources, special assessments for a portion of the abated taxes and the new sales tax. That's how we're going to fund the public improvements. This map, actually I want to say one more thing back here. The comment that I highlighted, the third bullet here, focused use of taxes. The end result of what I just described is essentially taking what would be the property tax component, and it focuses those property taxes on this property. The property taxes are in the form of special assessments are going to pay for these public improvements, but this mechanism allows for focused development and allows the revenue that's generated within the four corners of this property to return to this property to pay for the public improvements, hopefully creating the highest and best use. And then when the structure is finished, all the property's back on the tax rolls, generating taxes for all the taxing districts as normal. And that's how we accelerate development, hopefully cause the highest and best use, and in one shot fund the public improvements through this structure, as opposed to using this approach and then repeating it 10 times over as project number 1 comes in, then project number 2, and project number 3, and so forth. That's the benefit of working with one property owner in this situation. The boundaries of the two districts, they're almost the same, except the CID boundaries are slightly larger. So I guess you can see it. The red line here is the furthest exterior of the CID boundaries, and it's a little larger than the LCRA area because it includes the right-of-way where some of the expenditures might occur. The CID can only fund improvements within its boundaries. So the CID includes some of the right-of-way out here, whereas the LCRA area does not include the right-of-way here, does not include some of the right-of-way over here, it does not include some of the right-of-way over here. But essentially these maps are a match, except that the CID is slightly larger to include all of the areas where the public improvements might be funded as a result of this funding structure. So that is, in a nutshell, hopefully, a method of understanding how this funding structure works and how its foundation is the zoning and the subdivision regulations that the city uses to impose conditions and tell developers yes, you can develop, but you're going to have to come up with funding for the public improvements. So the last time, maybe it was 2 times back that I discussed this with the city council, one of our staff members, who is very good at getting to the point, said, so this is essentially, what you're saying is we should just keep doing what we're doing. In a very simple way, yes, that is what this proposal is. It is perfectly in keeping with what the city has done for the nearly 30 years that I've been working with the city, and it's a method of completing the public improvements that the city is not prepared to fund through its capital improvements plan. Hopefully that makes sense. Now I will turn the podium over to Mr. Peterson, and he will talk about some of the details of what I just described to you.
Mayor, Council, good evening. It's a privilege to be before you on behalf of Land Reserve tonight. I feel like I didn't even have to arm wrestle for it. Somehow the 2 slides I get to show you, I'm going to say, are probably the 2 most important slides in the presentation tonight. I feel like Mr. Bushek really was a warm-up for the slide that's in front of you, which is really trying to visualize the financing plan that he's been talking about. And the other slide I'll tell you is going to be the cost-benefit analysis slide, which talks about, very importantly, what revenues will be created by this project for all the taxing jurisdictions, including the city. This slide in front of you, just to give you context, because as Mr. Bushek said, we as a team have been before you a number of times making a very similar presentation, although tonight we have a lot of enhancements and more details. This specific slide you have seen before, and it has not changed. So just to set your mind straight, but it's that important that we wanted to one more time put it in front of you, because it really is the backbone of the infrastructure plan that I would say this slide by itself, and then I'll move on from the drama, has been in the works for really 2 years. We've worked on this slide and everything that goes into it. So the tool that Mr. Bushek identified that is really behind this, it's the starting point at least of the 2 tools for what you're looking at on the screen, is LCRA. And as he said, there's an LCRA exemption that would happen at the outset. And Mr. Bushek mentioned a bar graph. Perhaps you have heard me say this before. I don't know why I can't get it out of my head. For me, the best way to think about what you're seeing on the screen and what would happen with the financing plan is a glass of water. Every project has a full glass of water, which is property taxes when it gets built. LCRA exemption pours the glass totally out. There are no real property taxes. But we fill it all the way back up. But we fill it with 3 different colors, although that's weird because they'd mix, but you stay with me. 3 different colors we would pour back in and fill that glass up. The first color is yellow. That's the payment in lieu of taxes. You've heard pilots, that phrase many times. This is what goes back to the taxing jurisdictions in the same proportion as their mill levies. So the school district gets the most, and down the list. The pilots. The second color is green. This is tax redirection. It's saying that here, the second tool, CID assessments, will be imposed. So we've already filled the glass back up with yellow, pilots. We're now going to fill part of the glass back up with green, which is an assessment against the property owner who has to pay it. And then that goes back around and, as Mr. Bushek mentioned, helps pay for, over time, regional, very expensive lift stations and roads and all these very expensive public infrastructure items that are necessary before anybody can develop anything on this 1,000 acres. So that's the green. And then the last, to fill up that glass again, is orange, and it's at the end. It's business attraction. It's what we would call actual abatement. It's the taxes that don't get paid. And those are there to attract certain types of businesses to stay competitive in the market. The other color you see on the screen actually steps aside from the glass because it's not dealing with property taxes. As Mr. Bushek said, it has to do with a community improvement district additional sales tax. So anyone that shops within the 1,000 acres, buys something that's subject to sales tax, will pay an additional 1%. And that 1% will then go, and this is the bottom row on your chart, will go half for regional public infrastructure and half for more local public infrastructure in the project. Then as you get into the various percentages, I will not walk through every cell, thank goodness. Again, we've presented this before, but it's talking about how we have taken industrial, non-single family residential, for E's called R2+, office and retail, these different sectors, and how we break down the different colors amongst them. And that's what that chart laying out. Importantly, at the very top, you'll see single-family residential, and you'll see yellow, and you'll see 100%. So as Mr. Bushek said, I conclude, because it's really important, all of the single-family homes that will get built, both on the 1,000 acres, and then we'll see you again hopefully soon about the other 3,000 acres to the south. Lots of single-family residential across the portfolio as a whole. None of that will be subject to any of this infrastructure plan. What does that mean? Homes will be built, taxes will be paid, and the taxing jurisdictions will receive those property taxes, period. So that's outside of this structure. I said I had 2 slides. There's actually, this is slide 1.5. It simply puts a red box there, and it's meant for emphasis to say, if you had to boil all that down to one thing that we've been working on for several years, it's how do we pay for all this public infrastructure? And there you see that tax redirection, which is the CID special assessment in green. The second slide that I said was incredibly important is the cost-benefit analysis slide. This is the slide that for many of the various economic development tools that we use in the state of Missouri, it calls for a CBA. And really what that's doing is saying, give the elected body and the taxpayers a glimpse of what this project what this ground, this land looks like today. What is it doing for the taxing jurisdictions today? If magically the project was fully built out, forget any sort of public-private partnership, what would the taxes be? What would that look like? And then finally, under whatever public-private partnership is proposed, what does that look like? What is the net benefit to the taxing jurisdictions? That's what this slide shows you. And because it's that important, I'm going to spend just a minute and walk through those pieces. So the first piece I mentioned is actually the second column, labeled current annual property tax revenues. So it looks at the 1,000 acres today, and it adds up, there's various parcels, so it adds up all the parcels, and you could go do this right now on Jackson County Parcel Viewer. And you would say, what is the total amount of taxes that we would have done? We actually would have added up 2024, I believe. And it's $4,722. You can see at the bottom of that column. That's for the entire 1,000 acres. And then we took it and we put it across the mill levies, and you can see what every taxing jurisdiction gets out of that. And as you know, the school district gets the most. Also, just as an explanatory note, because this stretches so far south to north, we end up having part of our site to the north in the Blue Springs School District and part in Lee Summit School District. That's why you see 2 school districts listed at the bottom. So that's today. I think we'd all agree, which is honestly virtually nothing. No benefit to the public today or any of the taxing jurisdictions. The column just to the right of that says this is the magic. This is what would never happen. If there's no help with public infrastructure and attraction or anything, you just could magically put the entire land reserve conceptual plan on the tax rolls. What would the taxes look like? And notice the gray bar at the top. We've now widened out. We're not just looking at a year ago of taxes. We're saying, what does this look like for this full life cycle of building all this out and coming on the tax rolls? So that's a 30-year period. And you can go to the bottom, and you can see that would generate, over that period, almost $700 million in taxes, and you can look across the taxing jurisdictions and see how that's allocated. And again, I say that's magic because it's a hypothetical. But it's important because if you take those numbers, you pick any one you want, pick the city of Lee Summit, $136 million over 30 years if we magically had the entire master development built out. If you take that number and you subtract out the yellow number of $63 million next to it, that's the pilots. We're using the same colors from the slide before. That's the payment in lieu of taxes under the proposed LCRA and CID structure here. And then you have the tax redirection, which is the CID special assessments. That's the $32 million. And you have the attraction, that is the abatement of $40 million. What you would get when you add it up is you fill the glass up again, right? You're back to that number at the beginning, the magic number of 136, or my analogy again, the water, you filled that back up to the top. So I could stop there, but I would have missed the most important point of all. That ties the CBA slide to what I talked about before about what is this infrastructure plan. But I would say most importantly, arguably to many people, including taxpayers and elected officials representing the taxpayers, is if you add up the yellow, so again, let's just pick the city. We could pick any taxing jurisdiction. We're at pilot, and we look at City of Lee Summit over 30 years. The estimate, $63 million. If you now go to the right, to the next white column, which is taxes generated by single family, remember, this is single family is outside of the structure. So that's estimated at 20 million. And then you go to the right of that, and Mr. Bushek made a point, I'm glad he did, to slow down and say all the sales taxes that are not CID add-on sales tax, but traditional sales, city sales tax, county, zoo, and state, are captured and distributed to taxing jurisdictions like usual for this entire development. And so when you add the city's estimated sales tax revenue of almost $200 million, that's a significant, I'm not going to do the math, that's a significant amount of money, and that all flows from this entire financing plan being put together, making all this happen, attracting businesses, making public infrastructure happen. That's how we create that value to the city and the other taxing jurisdictions that you see on this slide. And with that, I have the privilege of turning the podium over to Mike, who's going to come up and talk a little bit about the phasing of the north face here. Take this with you, get this out of your way.
Mayor, City Council, Mike Van Buskirk with Newmark Zimmer. Pleasure to be back in front of all of you again today. As said earlier, it seems like we've been in front of you a lot in regards to this project, so I'll be brief, but as Kurt said, we did want to highlight just briefly the phasing because it'll lead into a further breakdown of the numbers that we'll go into next. What you see in front of you is a map you've seen before. Nothing has changed on this map. I get often asked why is phase 1 in the middle and why is phase 2 to the right. Really, I'll tell you, it goes back to when we first started this project, which I started on this 3 years ago. At that point, we were looking at, like, we had to pick a phase to start with based upon pumping stations. Which one would we pick? So that's where we picked phase 1 at Strother Road. Now where we are today, we're talking about phase 1 and phase 2 going in together, as Mr. Thorne mentioned earlier. The other thing I'll point out on this is we do have uses that straddle those phases. As mentioned earlier, the school districts, we have Lee Summit, everything south of Strother Road is in Lee Summit, everything north is in Blue Springs. Most of the residential component in the first 2 phases is on the east side of Todd George. We do have the Class A light industrial that straddles both phase 1 and phase 2. That north delineation is another question I get asked a lot. Why do we pick that line? If you go out there today, you'll see first off, there's a major electrical power line that crosses there, and there's some other utilities that are in the way, so it provided a natural buffer to separate the light industrial from the future commercial uses. The other thing you'll see on this map, as I mentioned, we've been working on this for 3 years, meeting with city staff every 2 weeks, meeting with Parks Department, including a long meeting we had today talking about future park locations. We have reserved 60 acres in phase 2 for a future regional park. And then on the north end in phase 3, you'll see a 20-plus acre neighborhood park planned. And then the other unique thing about this, and it was mentioned earlier, the park to the east, the Jackson County Park. In our master plan, we thought about trail systems and connections. And I will tell you, as someone who grew up in the area, used to fish in Lake Tacoma with my grandfather, I didn't know about all the trail systems that run through that park. And so we have a master plan that shows our trail maps and how our system will connect the parks into the Jackson County Park and allow for that. The other thing was mentioned earlier on Todd George, there will be as typical in our new standards, we'll have the 10-foot bike path running on one side and a sidewalk running on the other side. So that kind of leads into where we are today on our phasing. But our current goal, as mentioned earlier, is we're going to continue on design of Todd George and continue on design of the pumping stations. And our goal is to open up phase 1 and phase 2 at the same time. And I'll be available to answer any questions later. Thank you.
So for the next few slides, there was a question that was raised by, I think it was specifically Mayor Pro Tem Shields at one of our previous discussions. Can we include in this presentation some data that you typically see when you're considering an incentive request for a specific project? So that's what we've done with the next several slides. The format of this table is to, on one page, itemize for you precisely what the incentive tools are, what you'll be voting on specifically, what their function is and how they work. So that's what this table is, just for the Phase 1. So building on what Mr. Van Buskirk just described, isolating just the Phase 1 area, this is what this information looks like. We're holding 2 public hearings tonight, LCRA and CID, so those are the 2 tools. The LCRA has 2 functions. First is the real property tax abatement, which I've described to you, and for the function of business inducement, which is the yellow column on the table that Mr. Peterson covered, this is the data associated with that. So the benefit to the developer, $30.8 million, which is 6.1% of the total project costs, estimated at $506 million for full build-out of this entire phase. Second, sales tax exemption on construction materials. This is the benefit, projected benefit to the developers, and that's the portion of the total project cost. Then when we get to the CID, the 2 funding sources from the CID, special assessments over a period of years, generating this amount to reimburse public improvements. That's the percentage of the total project cost for this phase. And then the CID sales tax also is projected to generate $8 million from the retail that will be developed in this phase, and that's the data associated with the benefit to the developer. So, to put this in context with what you have seen many times, the City Council has seen many times over for equivalent incentive requests, this is the comparable data set for Phase 1. Total project costs, about $506 million across all of the development that might occur in this area. These are the best calculations of the benefit from each of these components that we've talked about tonight, and it's about 14% of the total project cost for Phase 1. To compare that to previous incentives that the City Council has approved and similar packages, the range that the City Council has approved in the past is typically between 5 and 25%. 25% for the larger projects and 5% for the smaller projects as a very general rule of thumb. And before we ran this calculation at your request, I didn't know what these numbers would look like. And what do you know? It happens to be smack in the middle of that range. In my mind, that really carries out exactly what this City Council has been doing for close to 30 years. And it's not an accident that it happens to scale out precisely in the middle of that range, in my opinion. Phase 2, this is the same data set, it's not the same data, it's the same format, but it's the data for Phase 2. So this is the industrial area, the southernmost area. I won't run through all the numbers. I'll just summarize for you. Total project cost, total cost to build everything that might be developed in this phase, $572 million, and the value of everything we're discussing tonight is 16.9% of that. Phase 3, the northernmost phase, total project cost $574 million, and it's a little less. The numbers play out a little bit less for the total calculation, 11.6% of total project costs. Final slide from this data set, all in, this is all 3 phases, all aggregated together. Total project cost to build out everything over what might be 30 years or so, $1.6 billion, and this is how the benefits of this funding mechanism scales out, about 14.2%, which is squarely in the middle of that range that you have considered many times in the past. Now we move on to the specific factual findings associated with approving the LCRA plan. There's 3 findings that you have to make in the ordinance to approve an LCRA plan. You have to find that the property is blighted, you have to find that it's consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and you have to find that the plan is necessary. We'll cover each one of these separately, but first, we've been through proceedings leading up to this. First, we went to the Planning Commission in May. The Planning Commission passed 2 resolutions. One was to amend the comprehensive plan, so it is nearly perfectly compatible with what's being proposed. And then the Planning Commission found that the LCRA plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, especially after that amendment. So the Planning Commission has recommended that you approve this LCRA plan. Then we went to the LCRA Board of Commissioners in June, and they heard this presentation, a full presentation, and they recommended approval of this LCRA plan. So both the Planning Commission and the LCRA Board have made their recommendation. The Planning Commission's jurisdiction is only on this consistency finding. So the Planning Commission only evaluated, is this plan consistent with the comprehensive plan? They said yes. The LCRA Board evaluated the blight, consistency, and the necessity findings and they recommended that you make those findings to approve this plan. So all of this comes with a positive recommendation from all of those processes. Blight, I will let Mr. Peterson cover that for the applicant.
Just briefly on blight, many of you have heard this before. It's statutory blight, not Webster's dictionary blight. And that's really important because someone that hears this for the first time immediately, whatever image it conjures up in your mind when you use in normal speak, blight is actually not what the Missouri legislature requires LCRA to make a recommendation, which they did, and then this body to determine if there's blight. So kind of erase all of our brains on what blight is because the legislature has told us what it is. And here, there's a required finding, as Mr. Bushek said, for us to be able to move forward that there's blight. So there's always a blight analysis and study, which is included in your packet. And deep breath, I'm not going to go through the whole blight study. Can certainly answer questions. But importantly, there are 3 factors, and 2 of them were found in the blight study to be present here. One is insanitary and unsafe conditions. The other is conditions endangering life or property. And these are things like signs of illegal trespassing, illegal dumping, access points that exist today that are not safe in terms of ingress and egress off the high-speed roadways next to them. And that's all important and that's all there and has been reviewed by the city's legal counsel. But the main point to take away, which the Missouri Supreme Court and the Missouri appellate courts have really accentuated about this idea of statutory blight in their findings and cases, is the idea of economic liability and what that means. And that's the main point of the blight finding and the blight study. I'm talking no jobs here, no sales taxes, virtually no property taxes, no services or businesses to provide for citizens to enjoy. There's really nothing here. This is the ultimate case of statutory economic liability here. There's just nothing there. It's a liability to the city as it is today. So with that, keeping it under a minute, it's very important. It's a required finding, and you have all the materials in your packet, and I can be available to discuss any of those at the right time, Mayor, if somebody has a question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, the other 2 findings, consistency. The city council has to find that the LCRA plan is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and I put the language on here for you to see it. Actually, the charge is for the authority, that's the LCRA authority, to consider that, and they have made that recommendation to you, and then you need to make that finding. These are the maps associated with that. This is the comprehensive plan as amended by the Planning Commission in the resolution that they passed, and it is a near match to the site plan that the Land Reserve team has already covered. I won't go through it because it's very obvious what these land uses are, and I won't repeat it, but the Planning Commission, the LCRA Board recommended that you make this consistency finding, and I think that it is perfectly consistent now. Then the last finding is a necessity, and I put the language from the statute on here for you to see what this says. It's not a hard but-for test. It's not a rigorous financial type test. It's kind of a soft test, and it says that you need to find that this land is in need of redevelopment or in need of rehabilitation to solve the problems that are associated with what Mr. Peterson talked about. It's kind of a soft necessity finding, as required by statute. But I would point out that the entire presentation that we've provided to you tonight is discussing the necessity. It goes to the heart of the zoning and the subdivision regulations and the pattern that Lee Summit has followed in the past to support development and provide funding packages to fund public improvements in those situations where the city is not prepared to fund those public improvements through its capital improvements plan. That would be the basis of your necessity finding in this case. Final slide, your action items and the next steps. So tonight, as I said, you're considering 2 action items, the LCRA plan and the CID petition. If you pass the 2 ordinances, those 2 things would happen, and that would allow us to implement this. We would continue to negotiate our master development agreement to implement this structure with a single contract from which other contracts will extend to implement the entire structure. But we are focusing on one master development agreement to implement this entire structure as the primary contract. And then if you approve this tonight, the Arborside CID will start meeting and it will start serving its functions. It will conduct the sales tax election. It will entertain the CID special assessment petitions, and the funding mechanisms will be in place. And then in July, probably more likely in August, we will bring back the master development agreement, and that will be the final step to implement the Arborside plan that we've discussed with you tonight. So that's where I conclude. That is a summary of the action items before you, and when we get to the next public hearing, I will enter all this evidence and testimony into that hearing before you take your final action on those ordinances.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So we talked a little bit about the but-for test, which I understand doesn't apply specifically legally in this case, but can you talk a little bit, or can the developer talk a little bit about if this type of a package wasn't approved, what would it look like developing this property? Would it happen at all? What kind of a time frame? Like, what would be different if there weren't this financing structure in place for the public improvements?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and give my answer to the extent I can, then I'll have the land reserve team come up and provide any additional comments. I think that this is sort of prognostication on my part. If you say no to this tonight, I think what's likely to happen is essentially what I've described to you, which is the history will continue to repeat. And as projects come forward and you impose conditions on those zoning approvals, those developers would ultimately say, I'm going to need assistance to fund the public improvements for all the reasons I've already described. I won't go through that again. I think that's what would happen. And for each of those projects, each of those site developers would be responsible for their component of the regional and the site-specific improvements. And that's why I think it would become a much more piecemeal approach. For the first project that comes in, you'd say, yes, but you have to fulfill these conditions. You have to build these public improvements, which are some of the regional and some of the site-specific. Then the next project would come in. You have to build some of the regional and your site-specific improvements and repeat rolling forward. And so you'd have a very piecemeal, maybe sort of scattered approach, as opposed to trying to solve all of the regional public improvements in one shot with one property owner with one comprehensive plan. I think it would be the same thing we're talking about, but much more complicated many times over. It would take a lot more paper and a lot more people power and a lot more time. And that's my answer to that question. If you'd like to hear from the developer, we could have them answer also.
But a follow-up first.
Yes.
But if a council I understand that we've approved a lot of these over the years, but if for some reason they wouldn't approve them for any projects, would the property develop at all, do you think?
Probably not.
Okay. Because that's part of why it's been vacant for so long, is the lack of infrastructure. And
Right, which speaks to the economic underutilization and the need for coming up with a solution for the public improvements, precisely.
Okay, and then if the developer has anything to add?
Yeah, Mr. Bushek has spoken true. Let me just show a map to give an example. Let's see if this works. So right now, we are under contract to sell some light industrial property, which we're really excited about. We think it's a great kind of way economically to get things going and start moving forward on infrastructure. That is in this area right here that we're looking to sell. So if ultimately this isn't approved, instead of us coming forward and saying, hey, we've got this full 1,000 acres, let's try and figure this out, the group that we're selling to right here, they would come in and say, hey, we don't have sewer and water and proper roads to access our property. City, how are you going to help us pay for that? And you would try and solve it just for this 40 or 50 acres, and you would still work with them. And City of Lee Summit's been wonderful to do that in the past with groups on 40 or 50 acres. And then later, when we were to sell, hey, we're going to sell this to a residential developer, this 100 acres here, they would come in and say, hey, City, help us with how do we put the road in, how do we have the sewer, how do we have the water, how do we have the electrical. So it would just be kind of different developers at each time as they came in would come in. And the concern we have certainly from that is it doesn't take into account parks and trails and have sort of a cohesive development. So just from a developer standpoint, from a design perspective, from a use perspective, this is much more efficient. And that way, when we are going to sell the property, we're saying, hey, we've got an overall plan. And that's the benefit. So.
And I would guess, or maybe you can confirm, being able to know that you've got the funding to construct all of Todd George Parkway at one time, it's probably more efficient, cheaper to do it than to do this section, then this section, then this section, is that?
100% accurate, exactly, yeah. For a contractor to build, this entire road, which again, we think is going to be $35 to $40 million, and the sewer infrastructure, that's another $40 million, you just start thinking of like, what is that? You might end up doing, $10 or $20 million to build something here, but then when you're building this, prices have gone up and the way it connects isn't really as good, and you have a different engineering firm, and it just costs increase as well. So yeah, it is significantly more efficient for both the city as well as the developer to do it cohesively.
Okay, and then when you've talked about, and I think Mr. Bushek has to do, like the connectivity of trails, planning the parks, selling the property to the schools, streets, utilities, all of that. Is this something that if you were to sell it off bit by bit, I can imagine that you could have an idea of what the master plan is, but it'd be harder
Sure.
to implement, or what would be
It's harder to enforce.
Yeah.
So when, again, you have sort of a master plan of saying, hey, this is how this is all going to work. One example is this park. We are super excited about this park. This is going to be a regional park. This is going to be beautiful. We're going to have trails. We're probably going to have 4 or 5 different places where trails go into Lake Jacomo, which is going to be amazing. We're looking at a trail system here on the east. We're going to have a trail, a 10-foot wide trail on probably the west side of Todd George, maybe on the east side, we're not sure. But you start thinking about all of those things. If you ended up having 10 different developers, one developer, they're only going to develop the piece that they have to, right? So they're just going to develop a trail, if at all, on their property. And they're not going to develop, like, how does that connect to the neighbor? And, there's a number of communities, not just here in Lee Summit, but I happen to be touring a project here in Lee Summit today, where the developer has some beautiful trails that just dead end. And there's these amazing regional trails here in Lee Summit that they don't connect to. And that's just because that's what the developer did, And again, I'm not trying to fault them, but that's what happens a lot of times is when they're just concerned about their little piece and they're not looking at the bigger picture, they cut corners, it just isn't as usable, it's not as functional, it's problems like that. So that's the advantage of having us saying, hey, no, we're thinking about the whole thing collectively and how do we make it work together.
Okay. This question is probably more for Mr. Bushek. So if we wanted to put in all this infrastructure without this kind of financing plan, like if the city, because we have like a capital improvements plan, but if the city just said, we're just going to build these roads and the sewer and then hope that development follows, how would that impact our taxpayers differently? Because I think that would be the existing taxpayers paying for everything versus just having the folks developing this land paying kind of for themselves and leveraging that through the incentive process.
Yeah.
Is that kind of accurate, or how would you?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's accurate, and that's one of the other points that I think is important for me to mention in the context of this line of questioning. If the city were to just decide somehow to fund these significant public improvements and then cross your fingers and hope development happens, I think the scenario that you just said would bear out. The cost would be borne by the entire city using whatever funding sources you identify in that situation to fund these public improvements versus using the focused approach that I mentioned, which is we're taking the revenues just generated from within the 4 corners of this area and focusing those revenues on the public improvements. So the development is paying for its own way, essentially. So I think what you said would be the case. Another thing that's very challenging, back to your original question, if not this, then what? Goes back to the sequence that I described, which is consider the first zoning application that comes in. Assuming a scenario where you don't approve this and the first application comes in, the conditions would say you need to build your portion of Todd George, you need to solve your portion of the sewers, you need to solve your portion of the stormwater, and that project alone doesn't have the capacity to fund all of Todd George and all of the sewer improvements for that entire watershed, but that's what's necessary to get the first project out of the ground. And so it's important to think on a more regional scale and try to fund these large regional public improvements on this larger scale, take advantage of the situation in this unique situation working with one property owner, as opposed to application number 1, here's your conditions, and that developer's going to say, wait, I have to fund all of these regional improvements just to get my single development out of the ground? That benefits the other properties. Yes, but that's how that is one of the hurdles that we have to overcome in many cases. So how do you scale that out? it's what we're proposing tonight.
Right. I think I've just got one more, and then I'll stop. If you could you go to slide 16, the one that had kind of the cost-benefit analysis? So right now, per year, this entire 1,000 acres is only producing $4,000 in tax revenue total, and that's all the jurisdictions, right? That's schools,
Correct.
that's the city, the state, everything.
Right. The city receives less than $1,000.
Okay. And then, let's see, as far as the benefit to the developer, both the improvements that are going to get built, the tax abatement, all of it, there's no risk to the city here, right? Like, we're not writing anyone a check. It's if you build this and your property values increase such that your taxes would increase, some of that will get spent on improvements, some of that will go to the taxing jurisdictions, and some of that you just won't have to pay. That's the abatement, right?
Yes, that's correct. And
But there's never like a time when the city might be on the hook to put money down to make this happen. It's if the development's successful, then the funds are available to do all this.
that is correct. There is no debt being requested to be issued by the city. This is in the context of debt versus pay-as-you-go. From the city's perspective, this is pay-as-you-go. And what that means is the developer or the appropriate parties will be reimbursed for their portion of the public improvements that they actually pay for, only to the extent that this is successful, only to the extent that the special assessments and the sales tax revenues are generated by the CID to reimburse those parties. If the development doesn't happen after somebody pays for these public improvements, they're not going to be reimbursed, but that's not a burden the city's undertaking. The city's not issuing any debt, so the city is not taking on that risk.
Okay. And so if it's successful and everything's built out the way that they're hoping, the city could go from that $900 a year to over the 30 years, let's see, we've got 63 million in pilots, and then the 20 million single family and the 197 million sales tax. So if everything works out, the city could see significant more revenues.
Yes,
If nothing happens and this doesn't develop, we stay at our $1,000 a year.
correct.
And I think I've asked this before when we had kind of more conceptual, but the city feels like those revenues will be adequate to pay for any additional services that any additional police service, fire service, water utilities, staff, that those revenues will be more than enough to cover the additional burden on the city?
I believe the answer is yes, and I'm going to turn and see if there's any other comment on that point? No, the answer is yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Atkins?
Thank you, Mayor. And one follow-up to that, Mr. Bushek, with the CIDs, what that means is for residents, if they don't want to pay that 1% by shopping in that area, they just avoid that area.
Suppose?
If they
Sure.
don't want that 1% CID to impact them. So is that the whole green category?
So actually the sales, these columns here only deal with the property tax piece of this, but what you just said is also accurate. If the impact to the average citizen would be if they shop in the area, they pay an extra 1%, which is fairly common in many developments around the city. But yes, that would be really the only impact to a citizen. There's nothing about this plan that would impact a citizen that doesn't live in this area. There would be no effect on that property owner. And I guess that kind of touches on an additional point, which is this is not giving revenue or reimbursing somebody from revenues the city has today. This is only from revenues to be generated, like I said, revenues that would be generated in the future from the development of this property. That's what's used to reimburse the appropriate party for the public improvements. That's how the structure works.
So as opposed to other big developments like Zona Rosa or other ones that you hear about in the news that have caused the city damage, that's just one example, sorry, but we're not in a position like that. This is something where if they earn enough revenue, they can have some of it back, but we are not giving money to the development.
Correct. This is not a situation where the city is making any payments from the city's revenues today for the public improvements. Only if this property and the development of this property generates the special assessments and the sales tax revenue through the CID, that's the reimbursement source. Those are revenues to be generated in the future, which we are focusing back on this property to get the development out of the ground for the highest and best use of the property. But it's not diverting any existing city revenues from today.
Wonderful, thank you. Can you go back one slide? Thank you. Or is this where's the 14% slide?
Possibly this?
Yeah, for phase 1 and phase 2. Can you clarify, because I mixed this up in my head? Is the 14%, is that how much of the total project costs are public-oriented? Or is the $500,000 all public improvements?
So this number here, this 70.9 million, is a total of this column. This column shows you the financial benefit from each of these separate components. So for the property tax abatement, the inducement piece, that's the number associated with that component. Sales tax exemption, that's the number. And then what it generates for the CID generates from special assessments and the sales tax. We tried to itemize each of those as we normally do, so you have a clean understanding of each tool and then the precise function and the dollar amount associated with that. And then to answer your question in the aggregate, this number here is 14% of the total here. And that's how we have, this sort of gives us the apples to apples comparison across all of the projects where the city council has approved something like this in the past.
Yeah,
And that's the 5 to 25% range I mentioned.
Yeah, I do like that it's coming in at 14% based on your past tables. But is the 70 million how much it costs to build the roads and the sewers? Or is it 500,000 to build the roads and the sewers and we're only reimbursing 70?
Okay, I see what your question is there. So the reimbursement for the public improvements will come from this number and this number. This number up here is a benefit to, I'll say, the property owner or the multiple property owners over time based on the function of the actual real property tax abatement. So go back to Mr. Peterson's glass and how you fill the glass back up. The last piece is actual abatement. The property owner won't be making a payment for a portion of the taxes that remain abated, and that's that benefit. And then the sales tax exemption on construction materials, that's the benefit to the multiple property owners that will develop the properties.
So the 500 million is what it costs to build out the ground and the sewers and the everything?
All in, that's right. So this down here, this is the cost to build everything out of the ground. All of the public and private improvements, all the improvements.
And at what point do tenants take over? Like, will there be buildings for tenants to move into, or will each tenant then build a building on top of that?
So I think the zoning sequence will be as you're used to. So when Land Reserve sells a portion of this area to what I'm calling a site developer, and that's what it will be called in the master development agreement, that site developer will be the entity here at the podium explaining to you why you should approve their application for their shopping center or their industrial project or their residential project, whatever the project may be. You will see multiple zoning applications, and they will go through the normal zoning and subdivision process as any project does. That's where the conditions will be attached. For each project, you're responsible ultimately for building these public improvements, and we're going to solve a large portion of those public improvements with this funding structure.
Okay, so it's $500 million to get the entire 1,000 acres ready for businesses to be able to come there.
Actually, I mean, this number here is what it costs to fully build everything in this phase.
All buildings.
All public and private.
Buildings and everything. All the buildings and everything, okay.
Yep.
Awesome, thank you. I don't want to take up too much time, and maybe it's a question for the details of the actual project itself, but do you have an idea of tenants yet, other than industrial? Like,
I will let the Land Reserve team address
is
that.
that going to come?
We can come back.
Is that a later thing?
When we're out of closed session. We'll come back for that question. For tenants? Unless, if you're willing to answer.
Second presentation that's about style.
Try to be here so
You can stay there,
Is
that's
that
fine.
better?
Yeah.
The truth is, we don't know. I mean, we do know industrial. So right now, most of our discussions have been with industrial developers. So we think it's going to be a Class A, light industrial center. We're really excited about it. So quality groups are interested in purchasing right now. I mean, it's great access off the freeway, and again, once the roads are built or are improved, and the interchange is improved. So that's where we're spending most of our time. We have talked to a number of single-family residential developers that are very interested in kind of that area next to Lake Jacomo. So we know there's a lot of interest there as well. That's still sort of preliminary. There's so much with sewer, and there's some other things there that the infrastructure is still a couple of years out, so it's hard to know all those details. But we do know we have great interest from really top quality industrial users.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bishop. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Funk.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Park, I know you're hiding back there and you were just really wanting to come up here and talk. So can you flip that back to slide 16 so I make sure I wrote my numbers down? So currently today, what would your best guess that it takes to maintain that stretch of road up there?
To maintain Todd George and Strother on an annualized basis is probably, I guess, in the ballpark of like $20,000 a year. Because that's annualized, right? We do a mill and overlay 20 years, so you kind of break that all down. That would include things like just general snow removal on an average year, pothole patching, crack sealing, that sort of thing. Recall though, right now, there is no storm sewer system, just an open ditch. There's really very low maintenance to the corridor right now.
But the $1,000 a year roughly we get probably doesn't cover the maintenance of that.
Oh, no.
No. So if this never got developed, I mean, say we say no tonight and we say no to everybody that comes forward, to an incentive package over the 30-year life, we're gonna get $30,000 worth of revenue. What are the taxpayers gonna spend on that? You can just give me a general idea. You say we're gonna have to overlay in 20 years.
Well, yeah, the taxpayers, the full burden of the maintenance would be upon them and not the surrounding land of Todd George Parkway.
Yeah.
And so whether that stays at 20,000 or you continue to invest, like I said, we already have in the capital improvement plan to widen Todd George, to install streetlights and traffic signals. And that cost, that annual cost only compounds and then inflates. I couldn't give you an estimate right now, but I can tell you it's significantly higher than what our costs are today. And that full cost of maintenance and operation would be on the current taxpayers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Park. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Frazier.
I'd like, I guess, a better, more detailed explanation on, I don't know if this is time to ask, regional versus the site-specific. And I'm also questioning and looking at the different phases. And there is benefit, I think, for, and I guess this is for you, Mr. Bushek, where'd you go? We talk about the benefit for or against a piecemeal approach, if you would. So if this were voted down or whatnot, today, and you had individual folks that came, and asked for, this particular piece, I would suspect that impacts the timeline, as to what this would be completed, whereas what we presented here is a phase 1, a phase 2, and a phase 3, correct? So if you have a developer that comes in and says, yeah, I just want to do this, and I'm just going to fix the infrastructure that's on this site-specific, I'm understanding, then they'll do it within their timeline, and then the next developer could come in and then they'll do it on their timeline. And as a project manager, that seems to me that would extend the timeline potentially, if at all, in the long term.
I agree.
Whereas this would just, one-stop shopping necessarily with one particular partner.
Yeah, I think it does become very challenging to figure out what the alternative is, in addition to everything I already said, and how I think it would lead to a much more piecemeal approach with each site developer making their incentive request to fund their portion of the public improvements. The additional layer on top of that is, go back to the example that I mentioned. First project that comes in, this is just a hypothetical, it's near one of the major arterials, Strother or Todd George, and so the list of conditions associated with that project will include improvements to Todd George, where your project is located, maybe improvements to Strother, and other localized improvements, so some other internal roads, other stormwater improvements, water and so forth. And the sewer problem has to be solved on a regional scale. Before my hypothetical project number 1 comes in, you have to pay for all of the sewer improvements for that entire phase. That project can't handle that lug. And so that's an additional challenge.
That's what I thought.
And so now, to compound those two problems together, I think it really would become, I don't know what the timing would look like, but it would be much more stretched out, because that first developer would be responsible for solving some of the major regional problems just to get their project out of the ground, even though it's going to benefit other property. How do you do that? I don't have an answer to that if you don't use this approach. We haven't even been talking about that alternative.
Can you go to the slide that has the 3 phases? I noticed that, and here's my question or observation. So I noticed that, I think it was slide 19, 18, 19, but there's one slide that combines all 3 of the phases. So in one, there's, I'm looking at no senior housing. Well, there was senior housing, I think it's 10. What is that unit? Is that 10 or 10 units, 10 acres? So 10 acres dedicated to
Yes, Councilmember.
senior
That's
housing in phase
referencing
1.
acres
Okay,
in the land plan, so that's 10 acres that's designated for senior housing. And that's
for phase 1, but then no more for that's it for phase 2 and phase 3?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have a question about the it's just as simple about the incentives, but my other questions have to do with the components of the phases. Do you want me to ask them now, or? Okay. It'll be real easy. So I would assume that I would hope and assume that if we approve this and we give them the incentives that they're requesting, that in the future, when these, like the light industrial and places like that come in, that there wouldn't be necessarily an ask. And I know you can't say yes, no, but my hope would be that there wouldn't be further incentives that would be asked by the people that come in to build, because the infrastructure's there. Basically, it's ready and set up for them to go. And a lot of times that's what we do. When the developers come in, we help them with infrastructure, like you talk about the piecemealing, like we've done all over the city in the last few years with developers.
I think the answer to your question is our intention is that this would be the package. One of the things that the Master Development Agreement will say is if there's a special user of some type that needs an additional incentive above and beyond everything we've been talking about tonight for some other reason, they can make that request, and you would consider that. But the intention is, this is the package. So to answer your question specifically for industrial, this is the extent of the business attraction incentive component of this. And our intention is it would not be anything more than this unless they come in and make a specific request for some special user that is very compelling to the city council for some reason.
Okay. And then my other questions will probably be for the developer. Just really quick, I would like a definition of what town center means.
Just in land use planning, it's essentially sort of a mixed-use area. And we don't exactly know what that will be, but we do think it's going to be that kind of north area. There's going to be some different, kind of mixed uses, some residential, some retail, maybe some office. Again, it could be a number of different things.
So when we're talking about that mixed use, we
Sure.
know that mixed use often means apartments.
I can, yes.
And you've got town center is kind of mixed use, then you've got mixed use, and then you've got commercial retail. So in commercial retail, you're talking about basically just storefronts and things like that, not necessarily, you wouldn't be putting any type of apartments in that commercial retail. You don't?
Generally, no. Yeah, usually town center would be, I'm trying to give an example, certain places where there would be multifamily on top of retail or, associated with office, again, sort of mixed uses together, is generally what it is.
In your R2, you're talking about duplexes.
Our R2 is, again, there's
I
certainly
mean, it's
some
not,
density,
yeah,
for sure.
it's not R4.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and I was curious when you said that you had someone interested. That's awesome on
Yeah.
the industrial side. We need jobs here.
And this will provide jobs. The one that's currently under contract is going to provide some jobs. We're really excited about that.
Good. And did you say you were starting phase 1 first?
So Phase 1 and Phase 2, for the most part, are essentially
Will be
kind
kind
of
of
roughly at the
together?
same time.
Okay, that's
right.
good, 'cause in that
And a
way-
lot of it is, again, based on sewer capacity, right? So it's the lift stations and it's the road. So essentially from Strother south along Todd George, and then all of Todd George collectively from the improvement standpoint.
Okay, and then I'll open up this can of worms. Traffic on that side of town. I know that's not you, but it's 470 and 291 interchange, which is already pretty trafficy. Do we have any ideas on that from our staff?
We don't, but happy to turn it over.
Can you help me with that, Mr. Park?
If you're asking if there's a plan for I-470?
Oh, I know that. I know the answer to that.
There is no funded plan for I-470. It's obviously a city council and staff and community priority to try to find a funding solution to widen I-470 from 50 Highway north to I-70. It's beyond just our jurisdiction. It's really beyond the capability of the state, and I think the city council continues to have conversations in Washington, D.C. to try to find money to make that project possible. Even if that money were made available, that is at least a decade-long process from the point where you've identified money to design, go through all the permitting, and build out the infrastructure. So in no way does anybody try to create an illusion that 470 would be widened by this project. This project and its proposal is not directing any funds towards I-470, and there is no solution for I-470 at this time.
So you don't believe that even at the state level, it would be more compelling with this all-new development over here to,
Well, no.
speed up the process?
If the question is whether or not this economic activity in a project like this may create an influence for priority, absolutely it does. You see that in major interstate projects all across the country where there's an influence by economic activity and growth, and that growth creates more demand on I-470, and more demand on the infrastructure creates a higher priority for that infrastructure to be expanded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Park. I think that's all I've got, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually just had a couple of follow-up questions, kind of based on some of Councilmember Rader's questions. When she was asking about whether there were any additional incentives that might be requested, on that slide 15, there were some items that had a double star by them that said these would be office and retail for business attraction to be evaluated case by case. Can you explain just a little bit what those double stars kind of mean and what that would look like?
I think that is essentially the note that is the footnote explaining what I said earlier, which is
Okay.
the master development agreement will give the ability for a property owner or a developer to make that request for a compelling purpose.
So I guess I had understood your comment before to be like an industrial component, could come in and say we need more than 75%. So are the numbers that are the 75 industrial, 50% residential, are those set in stone and the only thing that's negotiable is the office and retail, or?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the intention.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify on that. And then kind of following up on the I-470 question, there is that Strother Road interchange that was constructed several years ago, correct? So I know that doesn't fix all the 470 issues, but it seems like that was sort of constructed to plan for development in this area. So right now it just kind of goes, I mean, I'm not going to say nowhere. There's development on one side of the road, but on the other side, that interchange is just not really serving anything currently, right?
I'll
I
mention-
used to work up there, and it always seemed strange that like there's this big interchange, and then there's just nothing on the whole east side.
The Todd George Parkway project includes improvements to Strother also.
But I'm just saying, like just to the left of where your mouse is right now, like there's, we put in, or somebody put in that big Strother interchange, kind of, is that was anticipating this area developing
Actually,
eventually?
the motivation for Strother interchange was economic activity. If you recall back, Chapel Ridge development, I believe there was a TIF in that area, Tax Increment Finance District.
Yeah.
That helped fund that. And so part of that was also to leverage additional development on the east side of I-470 that you see proposed tonight.
So we can always do better, and I'm sure the mayor will talk a little bit about what we've been working on with 470, but it seems like some of this is anticipated in terms of the infrastructure that's already been put in?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have one question left after all that, so you guys are so lucky. The only thing I have not heard, and I'm assuming, but I hate to do that, the master development agreement, you keep speaking to it. We've not seen it. We'll see that in July or August. Is that my understanding, like when all of this is said and done?
Yes.
So at that point, we're stuck anyways.
I'll say this, both ordinances include a clause that says it's contingent upon that master development agreement being executed.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
And to fully answer your question, if we are somehow unsuccessful, then you could take additional action to unwind this. That's how we put it together.
Yeah, I'm not thinking we'll do that. I just want to make sure. And I figured that you had built something in there for us, but I just wanted to make sure it was on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate all of my colleagues' questions and comments. I'll reserve my comments for the regular session period of our conversation. See Mr. Elam coming up.
Good evening, Ryan Elam, Assistant City Manager. I just wanted to make one follow-up related to Mayor Pro Tem Shields' question about, and also Councilmember Rader's, about possible other incentive asks. The only thing that wasn't really mentioned was if there is a specific jobs user that might be heavy on the equipment side of things, this does not close the door to a personal property tax exemption through a Chapter 100 tool. That is, again, that would be a unique thing specific to that particular manufacturer and what they're proposing.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any other questions from our colleagues. So at this point then, we'll go ahead and open it up. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in support of this application? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of this application? I see, we'll start with the front row and work our way back. Here, Mr.
Hello, my name's Chip. There's some information that came to light that gives me more questions than I'm going to ask tonight because there's a lot of information to go over and I've only prepared my statements. This does concern the Arborside development. My comments are performative in that I prepared them and I'm obviously grandstanding due to my imposing nature. This is my right, not a favor granted to me. I don't live very close to this area. And I could live the rest of my life, probably 25 years or so, not really being affected, not really, by this whole development. So I don't need to concern myself with it. Certainly not to the point where I'm performing here tonight, but somebody should say these things, and that's me. My concern isn't that the development will be inferior or badly constructed or poorly planned. Knowing the church, as I do, I call it the church, because it is, I expect this would be a very efficient undertaking. We've heard that the church bought this land a long time ago with the specific intent to develop it when the time is right, and that is smart business. The church is real good at business, and it does business real good. My concern is the incentive value at about $233 million. That's too big of a number for me to really contemplate. But briefly, here's my understanding of how this works. After an area is declared blighted, as it has been, a Community Improvement District, CID, is created for this 1,000-acre development. This is a special designation allowing this district to do certain things. The district will last for 27 years, as I have read it, outlasting me. The developer incentive is this. The current assessed value for that entire 1,000 acres is $61,000 for the 1,000 acres. That value, $61,000 for property tax purposes, is frozen for the life of the district. As the land is developed, the value of those parcels increases, of course. As the land is developed, the value increases, but those taxes, the developer does pay taxes on that increase. But those increased taxes do not go to the city at large as one would expect, to police and fire, etc. They only go to the district and things that need to be paid for within that district for 27 years. They don't go to the general fund to pay for police and fire. To me, that seems like too big of a number for a tract that will be developed regardless. And that leads to other questions that I wasn't prepared to ask. Just 30 more seconds, please. Finally, if any of the council, say again?
I'll let you finish your statement, the last sentence here.
Thank you. If any of the council has accepted campaign funds from any of these presenters or has advertised a personal friendship with any applicant, a conflict exists and they must recuse from the vote. It might be legal to vote, but it is a conflict. If I'm wrong in any of my comments, please correct me. And thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vollenweider.
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. We talk about this property as being worthless at this point, but to my knowledge, this property has been used for ag purposes for years. And that does create product. And that product, whether it's seed corn or corn to be fed to cows that you go to the grocery store and buy steaks to eat. Plus, just thinking about the wildlife that lives there, I like to drive down Todd George Road just because there isn't anything there. I enjoy seeing the deer in the fields grazing on the corn. People enjoy coming down my road, Maybrook Road, because it's more ag. They like the feeling of being out in the country, yet being in the city. I'll also bring up Lee Summit Road. We still have from Lakewood Boulevard to the hospital to go, folks. So that's going to be out of commission probably longer than Anderson to Lakewood Boulevard took, which was years. So you're left with two corridors, 470 and Todd George, because you can't build through Lake Jacomo. Thank God you can't do that yet. REITs. Somebody's making money, aren't they, on these REIT investments? I don't know who those people are, but people have REITs. There are public people that are making money on those REITs. I was recently in Town Center over in Overland Park. I looked at the time it took me to go from one spot to another spot, and I thought, my God, I'm hitting all these lights all the time. How would anybody live here? The quality of living would be so poor because you're hitting these lights all the time and it takes forever to go 2 miles. That's probably what we're going to end up with over there. But I think, well, if it takes 20 years to develop it, I'll be dead and gone. I won't have to put up with hitting light after light after light after light. When I drive down Todd George now, I can get to the post office fairly quickly. But if that's going to be after all this development, I have a feeling I'm going to go to the Independence post office because I bet it's going to be faster to get there or faster to go to Blue Springs to get to the post office down there. How does the public know that these projects, I'm almost finished, aren't over-incentivized? Too much money is provided, and someone or ones are pocketing money.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trish, great question about the master plan. I think it's important that somebody actually reads that clause, though. No offense to Mr. Bushek, but he comes up here, he claims he's not here to persuade, just to give legal advice. And what's his legal advice? That you need to find a way to arrive to yes. Not persuasive at all, right? Not outcome-oriented, just pure legal advice. And that's what you've been doing for the last 8+ years, saying yes to every subsidy that's come through. And I want to know how well that's worked out for you. You know, we spent hundreds of millions to force growth here in this town. And the end result is the city's broke. We have a budget that's not balanced. We just approved 2 amendments for 2027 for the fire and police that mean we are out of balance. We're running on reserves to end 26. We're out of balance for 27. So it hasn't helped us financially, or it doesn't appear to. And more than that, your community is on the verge of a revolt because you've turned their safe suburban home into a dense urban hellscape. And now for this particular project, you know, they're asking for $234 million on 1,000 acres, $250,000 per acre in subsidies. That's absurd. And who are these subsidies going to? The Mormon Church, who is projected to be worth $1 trillion by 2040. So do they really need our tax dollars? It's not like they can go somewhere else. The land's here. You know, they bought this land 40 years ago. They're going to make a fortune off it, even without these subsidies. But, you know, I don't understand why we've got to give our tax dollars. You know, the little guy like us, we have to, you know, subsidize all of this. So, you know, you talked about earlier the time and resources spent to get here. You know, that doesn't really matter. I know you spent 7 years. The public hearing's what matters. You need to listen to the people of the community. If you're doing your job, if you're representing the folks who elected you, and nobody stood up and was in support, you're going to have more speakers against it. And the last thing I just want to talk about is, you know, in terms of blight, you refer to farmland and green space as blight, statutory blight. But the truth is, it's one of the last places of beauty in our community. And, you know, the plan we have now replaces that beauty with what I call urban blight. It's strip malls, it's dense development, it's ugly. And one more question that somebody else texted me to ask. They're concerned about the wildlife too. So, you know, this is a habitat for a lot of wildlife. Is there a plan for it? It wasn't mentioned today. Where do these animals go? Whose yard? You know, where are they going to end up and what's going to happen to them? So these are some things that I think you need to think about.
Thanks. Second row, third. I think, ma'am, did you want to speak? No. Okay. Come on up, sir. That's fine.
My name is Don Rosenberger. I've been in Lee Summit since 1960. We've all seen good growth. Lee Summit's been very demanding for growth for 60 years. It's not that most of our areas are blighted or not cherished for the growth. Growth is good, common sense approach to balanced growth. The TIF programs I've always had a question about. They should be more orientated to be set up in a escrow type program to where a developer comes in, can put money on the table. You can subsidize the money that you want to put forth to it to substantiate all the growth in that development so that we can grow efficiently, pro-efficiently, and not be at the true burden of our schools and our infrastructure, because we don't know the costs that keep deriving and demanding how much it's increased over the last 4 to 6 years. I think the growth on Tard George Parkway would be very essential in a balanced community aspect for the wildlife, for the rural entities of it, and the light industrial. We know how many funds will have to be approached to, I want to keep using the word subsidizing, the tax abatements and the deferred taxes and the CIDs. If that's played out, I know our staff could come up with programs, the council could come up with programs. There's some other cities that have implemented that if you want to make a development here, that's great. 25, 30 years ago, we had a developer come into Lee Summit around Hook Road, Pryor Road. No infrastructure was available, so the city had to pass bond issues to bring new water lines, to make improvements to the roads, and the school district had to add schools to that area to subsidize the 900 homes that were brought in. I think the growth is great. It has to be balanced with a common sense, sensible, easy approach that let's keep it simple. And I know that you all are hard, fast, and hard workers, and I appreciate your time letting me come up here, that you want to make the improvements for not only you, but for our kids and our great-grandkids. Thank you.
Thank you. Me back in the back row here. Anybody else? You, sir, come on up.
Most of you people have been in school less than I've been in this town. I had a handful of receipts here. Tax, 9.49, in areas that we haven't seen. I'm going to ask that you guys table this whole entire project. And the reason for the tabling is you know what's happening August 4th. People are tired of this. We're tired of taxing. We're being tired of being taxed. We don't want the taxes anymore. These guys, like they said, they're a church. Oh, by the way, I have a 5031C. I don't know how many of you know what that is, but that's what that church has got. Guarantee it. And I'm exercising my constitutional right. I'm going to speak freedom of speech. I'm going to speak for a lot of elderly. A lot of us retired people are tired of giving and working and working and working, and now we see you guys take our taxes away, tax the daylights out of us, and take our retirement away. I have spent more money in taxes than I have done for my grandkids. Their money is gone. I got at least another 20 years. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but we're done. We're tired of it. We're tired of you guys taking and giving to the rich and taking from us. Like I told Mr. Rhodes years ago, you got to get out of here. When you leave, you're going to pay all these taxes too. And by the way, your last predecessor, I believe is what they call him, Mr. Steve Arbo, we stood right here. And I asked him back in the early 2000s when they put Todd George Road in, let's make it 4 lanes, put the sewers in when it's cheap. You know what his reply was? Oh, we've got the land to do it. We're going to wait till the development. Ladies and gentlemen, now you want to build it? Now you want to put the sewer in? It's going to cost you 3 to 4 times more the money. Why? When the city had it back in early 2000s, could have put everything in there, put the sewer, at least the sewer line, widen the road, the 4 lanes, which you now are asking for. Now you want us to pay for it. Why? When you guys had a chance, you guys weren't even in there. I can guarantee most of you probably weren't even in the city at that time. We're tired of it. We're tired of you guys pushing us around and say, well, you just keep taxes. Like here, I've got taxes here, 5.475. How I got started with this was Aldi's. Aldi's is collecting us 6.475. No, I'm speaking.
Sir, we have a time frame.
I don't care. You didn't give them a time frame.
You
You did not give them a time frame.
Sir, everyone gets 3 minutes.
No. You did not give them a time limit. I am speaking my constitutional rights.
The clock is on.
I'm using the Constitution. And I'm going to speak to it. Because I'm sick and tired of you guys jacking up. Why is Harbor Freight paying 9.49?
Sir.
Why is, no,
Sir,
listen to
you're
me.
done.
I'm
No.
speaking.
No, you got the 3
Who's
minutes.
the parliamentarian up here?
Sir, you have 3 more
Who
minutes
is the
later.
parliamentarian up here? You have a right. You have to abide by the Robert Rules of Order.
We have rules.
You have rules. Robert Rules of Order. Who's the parliamentarian? They know as long as I'm speaking, I have to speak. You have other people here, and they
cadence and
don't
rules.
speak with all. You understand?
We take a recess.
Go ahead.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, The general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 Capital Improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 Highway Interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there, and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks, and we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, pot-bellied pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long. You can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spay or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there, and he was bathing his two 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently, I was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Why do I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
Traditionally, we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either a bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
Like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network. Who's close to you? If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away your sharps? Can we put up your meds? Do you need meds? Can we get you over to the urgent care to get you assessed for your medications? Some of them also are like, oh, I'm so glad you came. This made me feel so much better.
Our main goal as the co-responders is to, one, get people connected to the services that they need, and also divert from emergency rooms and jails.
And they almost get a different view of the police responding. That lets me know you care and the officers care.
Please come up, please. How can we help you?
My husband has...
In 2020, we had 722 mental health related calls for service. 2022, by that time, 1,479. These mental health related calls for service are increasing. How we're responding to that is increasing the number of crisis intervention team officers we have available, as well as the number of co-responders we have available to respond on these calls.
So what I think is important for the community to know about the co-responder program is that we're here, we exist. All you have to do when you call 911 is ask for us. Say, hey, I want a co-responder to respond to this crisis, and we'll go. I was really struggling about 8 years ago on my personal journey with mental health, and I met some amazing social workers and amazing programs that have helped me get to where I am today. I really couldn't see myself doing anything else. We want to help, and that's what we love to do.
So I had a client, we got a call, she had some suicidal ideations, and she really felt that she had nobody. And and getting to know her story and getting to know who comes around and sees you, well then we found a support person and they responded immediately. And we made a plan. I called back and checked on her in an hour, and then I checked on her in 2 hours. We were able to get her into the additional services to where she talks to someone every week or more. I just took a person that really just thought they had nobody and nobody would show up for them, and show them you do. And you'll be amazed who is in your corner if you just simply say, I need a little help.
So we're still in closed session, public hearing. At this point, I'm going to ask for questions from council. Are there any other questions or comments? Councilmember Funk.
Mr. Bushek, are you still available? And I guess Mr. Boswell, I'll save both of you the steps and we'll do dual microphones. So this incentive, we heard from Mr. Park that, you know, what it's costing us to maintain that road up there. And if we want to do our citizens right and widen the road, we're going to go through a lot of hoops to get that thing widened without this partnership. If none of this were to happen, what's the church's end result with this land? Leave it alone? Maybe try to piecemeal it?
Yeah, I think we would start selling off pieces, right? Again, our preference is, as we're a master plan developer, we do this all over. We care about these communities that we're in. We think it's best to work with the citizens, work with the city staff, work with the city council, and to do it collectively. That we think that's the right process, and that's where it's most successful. If not, we'll probably sell off pieces.
And that's your right. You own the land.
We own the land. We've owned the land forever. Again, as a company, we've been in this community for 40-plus years. Again, we care about this community too.
And
so this does matter to us.
Sure. In the process of, I know I'll get all these wrong, but Land Reserve Inc., PRI, all of that, the land was sold to a for-profit organization.
That is 100% correct. Yeah, Land Reserve is a for-profit real estate investment company. This is not a nonprofit. This is a for-profit company.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bushek, Mr. Boswell was just, it's their right. They can do whatever they want to do with this land. If we choose, if this body says no tonight, they could sell this off in piecemeals and we would have buyer after buyer after buyer coming back and doing this. I listened to your presentation, great presentation. What is this development going to cost the taxpayers of Lee Summit?
I don't know if I can answer that question because the development itself doesn't have a cost to the city. There may be costs.
I think you just said it doesn't have a cost to the city.
Right, there are services. So I'm trying to think of the framework to answer this. Back to the original concept that I discussed, the city's job before approving zoning and approving plats is to make sure there are adequate public facilities and services. We're focused on the public facilities tonight, getting public improvements constructed and figuring out how to do that. There is the public services component. That's the services that the city provides: police protection, fire protection, road maintenance, maintenance of whatever's in the ground, water and sewer. Those all have costs. Very generally, what I would say is, over the history of the city, providing incentive packages to fund public improvements on a repeated basis, despite some of the criticism from recent decisions possibly, I think the city's done a fantastic job of managing that over the last 30 years that I've been working with the city. Look around. Look how the city has been able to provide adequate services year after year, even though the city has provided extensive incentives or subsidies to get public improvements built or to get projects out of the ground. The city's done a good job of that. As far as quantifying that, I don't have data for you. We've discussed this many times, coming up with ways to quantify the services that the city provides given the high number of variables. And I've actually talked with the city council about this issue in the past. We have tried to model how to quantify those services across the board, and there are so many variables associated with every property that it's almost impossible to come up with a single metric that we could consistently say to you, here's the cost of service in these areas based on this development. There's so many variables associated with every parcel and how it's used and who visits the property and the volume of traffic and the demographics, et cetera. There's just so many variables coming up with something to quantify services. But I would come back to the basic premise of the city has done a fine job of managing that over many years using this system that I've described to you to get public improvements built.
But I think the ultimate question you answered was it's not going to cost our taxpayers any money. This $234 million that's out here is not real money. It's not there. We're not giving that to anyone. It only becomes money if they build.
That's accurate. The two sources of revenue that will be used to reimburse the appropriate party for public improvements are the two that I mentioned, the special assessments from the CID and the extra CID sales tax. That doesn't implicate any city money today. All of the dollars that would flow to the city normally from the sales taxes generated by the development of this property will continue to flow to the city. The general sales tax, the transportation sales tax, the capital improvement sales tax, the public safety sales tax, and the park sales tax will all flow as normal. There will be no disruption of that. There's nothing that the city has to come out of pocket for, and besides what I already demonstrated to you. The city's already coming to the table with funding for Todd George Parkway and the sewer improvements. That's it. The city already has those funds committed, and we're solving for the remainder from there. And the solution will only come from revenues generated within the four corners of this property and not from general revenues of the city.
And my final question, and I'll make it brief, Mayor. Land Reserve owns this land. We say no tonight. A developer of sorts comes and he wants to purchase the industrial property. He says, I'm going to do this. Highly unlikely. Probably a 0.00% chance this would happen. And he says, I want this land so bad, I'm going to provide the public infrastructure that needs to be put in place. I'm going to build my building and I'm going to start business. From a legality standpoint, the city can only provide the ramifications that they build it to our specifications. They follow our ordinances. We cannot tell them no. We have to give them a right to build. We have to give them a right to do what they want to do as long as they're meeting all of our codes and ordinances.
So that question goes back to one of the items that I talked about at the beginning regarding zoning. I think from a legal perspective, the city would have the ability to turn down a zoning application if there's inadequate public infrastructure to serve the project. But historically, Lee Summit doesn't do that.
Right.
Lee Summit, from the very beginning, from the first pre-app meeting, when an applicant comes in, the city staff works with the applicant to figure out what are the public improvements and how to achieve success. How do we get to the point where the city council can say yes to this zoning application if you meet our requirements? That's the standard process, and that will continue with this property.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bushek. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of comments, and it was brought up from the citizens. I think I'm okay. These are just comments. The citizens brought up the fact that, and I agreed with them because I wrote it down on my paper, for the fact I will tell you, when they did the blight study and I read what is blight, and Kurt got up and explained to us what blight is. But actually, that property, I believe, has been money producing, and it's been producing crops over the years. And so I kind of feel like that's not altogether being transparent with our citizens. I need to make that statement. But also, I think the problem is when we talk about incentives, and these are just my thoughts, that maybe our incentives are too generous, that we're giving away too much money. And I think that's how our citizens feel, that we're okay with development. We know that development is what helps grow our city and keep us healthy and moving ahead. But maybe it's too much. And it's just like, this is a project that's going to take a long time. Now, I'm going to say this. Roy got up and spoke, and I can't remember Roy's last name, but he was right when he said it's always better to do things now because it's going to cost more money in the future. That's how things work, right? If you can do it now, this is the time to do it. It's a big project that is going to grow our city even more as our future goes along. But But we have to think about what's our common sense approach to it, and I think that was mentioned as well. And so I don't know how I'm going to vote. I like the project, but then there's things about it that I think I don't like, and that is I still worry. You're going to hear it about apartments, more apartments, when I know we need home ownership. We all know we need it. Everybody in the nation knows we need it. That we need to start giving people opportunities to own properties again. However, that's the thing that I am going to struggle with, and that is the generosity of these continued incentives instead of just being a little bit more practical. 14 and 16% doesn't seem like a lot overall when you think about some of the money that we've given away to some other developers in the past, but it's still maybe too much. The state is cutting budgets. Everybody's cutting. We're having to cut. So I'm not saying that this isn't the time, but maybe we do need to put it off for until August to see what happens. And maybe we do kind of look at maybe about the fact that the incentives might be too generous. So that's all that I wanted to say, just speaking from my heart, things that I'm thinking. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments at this point from my colleagues, so I am going to close the public hearing and reopen the regular session. One more time, are there any additional comments or questions from our council colleagues? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So I will be supporting this application. I think that this is, we've talked about before when this has been presented to us in a conceptual form, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It's an opportunity a lot of cities never get to be able to make this kind of proactive, forward-looking master plan development of this amount of area. We've seen the charts. I don't think we saw them tonight, but if this PRI land, land reserve land, was a city in Missouri, it would be, I don't want to misquote, but around the size of Green Valley. Like it's huge, and it would be irresponsible of us to not take the opportunity to plan in advance, to be able to put in the infrastructure, to be able to put in the roads, the sewers, the lift stations, the electric, the water, to do it all in a way that takes the development as a whole, that lets us plan for parks, that lets us plan for trails, that lets us plan for schools, that lets us do this as efficiently as possible so that we're not spending twice as much to piecemeal it over time. And so I think this is just an amazing opportunity. I really appreciate Mr. Bushek bringing the information about the overall percentage of the incentive compared to the overall project, which came in at 14.2%, which is right in line with the kind of incentives that we've granted in the past. It's a bigger dollar number, but that's because it's a bigger area. It's 1,000 acres. And it's just a really amazing opportunity to do something most cities never get the chance to do. And I had a note here, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but I don't even know that's the case here. Like this is a really, really great plan. I think it's been thought out well. It's been worked on by our city staff with input from our city council, with input from the development team to be able to do something that's honestly a huge lift. There's a reason why it took 7 years to get to this point. And I'm just really excited at the opportunity and excited to be able to be a strategic, forward-thinking community as we put this kind of plan into place. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Atkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everything Mayor Pro Tem Shields has said. The size of this, like Streets of West Pryor is 70 acres. And that's a huge development. And that was a master developer who invested in the area, fixed the streetlights, fixed the roads, fixed the parking lots, created the plats, built environments so that other businesses could come. And that was a very heavy lift. And that was just 70 acres. This is 1,000 acres. This is 15 times the size of that. And to be able to have it done professionally by one group who will make sure that all the trails match and they all lead together and they all follow out to the lake and that everything blends together. Those are things that would not happen if it was piecemealed, and it would be piecemealed. That is how bad things happen. That is how you have an entire district with a giant park but no restaurants or gas stations around it, when you piecemeal things. But when you get to do 1,000 acres at one time, you can plan for all these different mixed use that's going in there. There's going to be parks inside of it. This is how you do it responsibly. And this was a 2-hour presentation showing us that it didn't come from taxpayer dollars. It came from money that was refunded after they generate income. And so I really enjoyed the presentation. I thought it was very educational, especially when you're listening. Sometimes it's easy to be on your phone or to talking to neighbors, and you don't really hear the presentation, but I thought it was a great presentation. It provided a lot of good details about where the money comes from and how it flows back afterwards. So I appreciate the effort that's gone into it. I appreciate that it is only 14% because some of the other ones have been much larger. And I think it's fantastic. And when it comes to Todd George, that's going to make it way simpler for our family to get around later instead of being on the highway that we know we're going to have trouble with on 470. So if we're going to have to wait for Todd George, I'm happy to do that. Like, let's get it done. Let's get it all. One of our favorite shows is Yellowstone. And Dutton Ranch is like a beautiful place that nobody wants to build on, but we are 20 minutes outside of an urban core. So I feel really good about building something enormous and well thought out like this, so that we are not missing the opportunity to have really high quality things right here in our town. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Frazier.
I will be brief. So many projects have failed because folks have failed to plan. We have an opportunity here to look into the future. There were a lot of comments today about what happened in the past, what was going on. We've got an opportunity, and I will say everybody out here ran in transparency. And we ran to think smartly. We ran to think going forward, to think smart, strategic growth. We know that. And I will say, this provides, and I think you all have heard from me many times before, it provides an opportunity to connect the trails. That is huge for Lee Summit. We are world-renowned for our trails and our parks. I think that, as many of you know, by training, I am also a project manager. And the idea that to have one master plan, one partner, if you would, is huge because it will significantly impact the timeline. If you are concerned about the timeline now, you get 4 or 5 different projects in there, it's going to extend it tremendously. So it gives you an opportunity to say, hey, we're going to do this, we're going to move forward together, we're going to work to extend or to improve Todd George, if you would, all at one time. It is too easy to have one developer come in and say, that's not my issue, I'm going to leave it to the next person to come through. And next thing we know, it's going to be, 40, 50 years down the line. I understood and appreciate Mr. Busek's, your presentation. It detailed all of the timeline. It detailed the financial impact and where the taxes are coming from going forward, and what we've done in the past. And I appreciate you explaining that for those of us who were or were not involved in some of the decisions prior to tonight. I also have to appreciate the continuum of care. Talk about that. Apartments, you know what? It said mixed use. I asked that question on there. That's fine. I'm all for it. I think I've told you all before, I don't want my son to live with me forever, but I would love for him to stay in Lee Summit. That is important, and we can't have that because home ownership, look at the data, it is not possible for all folks, even recent college graduates, which I'm hoping mine will be, recent college graduates to start out with home ownership. We have to have a continuum, and we have to continue that continuum because I asked the question about the senior care as well. There are senior housing that's on there for 10 acres, love that, right? That's me. That's me going forward. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate what is the land doing right now? And so there's some mixed messages there as far as, is it producing income, that sort of thing. The number I saw was $4,722 annually right now. So if there is income producing there, nobody knows about it or no one's accounting for it, right? So I think we have to appreciate that, but we need to plan. Failure to plan will sink a city. We've seen it all over the metro. Public improvements, yep, they have to be financed. It's just that simple. we live in the Midwest. I mean, we have to finance that. So I like the mixed use. I like the thoughtful, planning aspect of it. And I like that it addresses everything and everyone. The first thing I saw were single-family housing. Okay, that's what you asked for. That's what they gave you. The other thing I saw in there was mixed use, retail. That's what you asked for. That's what they're giving you. So I think it addresses most of what we've been talking about, at least in my tenure up here for the last couple, years on planning and years on city council. So let's do that. To the point of, the squeaky wheel gets the worm. Is that how you say it? We have a lot of folks here that, spoke in opposition, but I can tell you that I've had a lot of folks that have contacted me and are speaking for it as well. So I'm trying to read the room, but, we get phone calls as well from people on both sides. So just wanted to let, you guys know about that, and appreciate all of the hard work, the city, the staff, and the citizens as well that have put into this. So just wanted to provide my 2 cents.
Thank you. Councilmember Cravens.
Okay, so thanks, Mayor. I first want to say I appreciate the presentation that was given tonight. I appreciate the time that was spent to explain everything in layman's terms. So not only the council have the information we need, but the citizens as well. And I think that, we need to continue to do that, take time and care in going over these major development projects, because there is a lot of emotions in this city regarding what the council incentivize, what we say yes to, how we look at development overall. And it is valid points on both sides. And I find myself, I don't really have one position either way, if I'm pro big development or if I'm, trying to keep things, small and compact. But I do know that economically speaking, in order for our city to grow, to thrive, not become some of the deserted cities, if you will, that we tend to see around us, we do have to have a development strategy, and we do have to make well-informed decisions on development. We cannot not develop. I ran on responsible development, and I stand on that. Responsible development to me means that we're not going to please everybody. It's got to be a situation where we look at what our pros are, what our cons are. And our job is to make sure that we are looking out for the majority of the residents. We are taxpayers as well. I'm not a rich person by no means. I am not getting any tax, I'm not getting any incentives from any development, anybody. I didn't run on political measures. But what I will say is that we do have to find that happy medium. We got to give a little something as a city to get something big in the end. It's about value-added services and development in our city. For this particular project, I will say there are more pros than cons when I look at this development. And some of the cons, they make sense as well. However, when we look at this particular land use, what will it look like over time if we say no? There is a lot of variance and a lot of unknowns. At least right now, with this particular project that's presented, we know what we have to look forward to. And we also know, and I'm so happy that the question was asked again, because the taxpayers want to know what is coming out of our pocket. And I understood the only thing that we could be paying more for is that 1% sales tax, if we use the particular services in that area. So for me, when we kind of look at things in layman's terms and in ways that our teenage children can understand, what I heard is we have one master developer who has a plan for this area built out already. There is no expense to the city or the taxpayers besides that 1% sales tax. And for me, I mean, that makes sense. That is a smart development, and especially in an area that has been sitting there. That road was developed, and I've always knew that something was coming. So now we know what's coming, and for me, I'm happy to know that it's been thought out. This didn't just happen this year, but for many years of thought, of a strong thought process. So I'm in favor for this just because I do think that it will be a benefit to our city. And if I look at the opportunity cost of not doing it, I think that we will be in a worse position overall, spending more resources that we don't have to spend. So that's my comment.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing anyone else wanting to speak, so I'll go ahead and chime in. I appreciate all of my colleagues' questions, just perspectives, and all the comments that were made here just the last couple minutes. Appreciative to all the presenters. Thank you all for coming in and providing the level of detail that's necessary in a public format, in a public forum that I know is being questioned a lot these days across the whole country and here locally. All we can present is factual information, and that's what this body up here has to digest to make an educated decision. And I've said this repeatedly, this body, because of the high growth and the demands that we have in this community, has been in this mode for the last 10 years. And we make some very, very, very tough decisions up here. The last council before this one, I think we've seen more growth here in the last 8 to 10 years than we have in the last 30 years, aggregately. And I think that's, again, a blessing and a curse. Everybody likes the green fields. Everyone loves the wildlife. We all do. But it's free enterprise. You know, we as a local government body can't stop a private owner that wants to sell to a private buyer. So it's our job to be as responsible as we can to make sure that it's done the right way with factual information that I've said for 8 years consistently. We have to rely on what's being presented by our staff. I have the total utmost confidence that our staff is going to present with the highest level of integrity and truth and facts. And the last 8 years, we've seen more economic development growth, still maintaining, I know it's been questioned here recently, still maintaining the highest bond rating you can achieve across the country for a municipality. If we were in a dire situation, that would not be the case. There'd be people in jail probably. And so all that being said, I think on the contrary, I think the last 20 to 30 years, people that were up here before us, definitely before me, had amazing foresight. The last 20 to 30 years, talk about taking leaps of faith and challenges and taking chances. The different infrastructure and public safety bond initiatives, that's not council people voting on that. Those are citizens that believe in this growth. We can't stop people from wanting to come here. People want to come here. So it's our responsibility to absorb that population growth in the most responsible, safest manner. And that's what we're trying to do up here, okay? Based on real factual information. The project tonight, I am in support of it because, again, it's a unique opportunity that most cities in the entire Kansas City metro area would salivate over, including some of the larger, faster growing cities on the Kansas side. They would love to have this problem that we're having right now. And so either we embrace it and we grow or we die. Because these roads, you talk about foresight, yes, 470 is an issue, has been an issue for the last 10, 15 years. And I can assure you that myself and a few of us up here on the dais and some of my predecessors up here have gone to knock on the doors at the state capitol. We've gone to Washington, D.C. to go visit our representatives up there. And just like we've taken our own initiative to do, joint efforts to repair a 50 highway with cost-sharing programs with different jurisdictions, we've been pretty creative about our road improvements. We have more road improvement projects than most other cities in eastern Jackson County do. I think that's being responsible. That's how you absorb growth We have the best fire and police department in the whole metro area. And with the proper equipment, with the proper facilities, that's growth, and that's being responsible. So we have an opportunity again right now to be responsible as we have a growth opportunity. And this project, the master plan approach that it has, I don't understand why anybody would be opposed to that. We're not going to guarantee this city. I've said that from day one. Nothing has to do with politics here. We will never guarantee bonds in this city as long as I'm here, like other neighboring cities have that have gotten in trouble. That's where you have problems as a municipality. We don't have those issues. And in this case, the developer's taking all the risk. And we're betting on the future, as we have in the past, that we're going to continue to grow, and these kind of projects are going to keep us growing and keeping our tax base in a good, positive situation. So, but I do want to address 470. 470 is something that, we are members of Mid-America Regional Council as an example. They're the ones working through MoDOT that address the roads that are either state or federal highways. And we're because squeaky wheel, because we continue to go and knock on these doors, we're moving up the priority list on the list of what MoDOT and Mark, how they prioritize some of these large infrastructure issues with their interstate systems. And so we're going to continue to go to Jeff City. And for now, what we've done to control what we can control are arterial roads like Todd George. That's because our taxpayers say, look, City Council, we trust you in getting these roads improved. And just like we have on 3rd Street and like we've done on Douglas, Douglas is about to take on a big initiative, Colburn. All those roads are roads that we can control that help with some of the congestion on 470 and on 50 Highway. So we'll continue to do those and approach and address those issues because those are things we can truly control locally as a municipality. But as far as dealing with the state and MoDOT and the federal government, you all better believe it. This council, that's one of our biggest goals, is to make sure that that gets addressed. And we're doing it now. We're not waiting in 10 years because we would be in trouble in 10 years if we wait for 10 years. So that's how we're going to be able to absorb some of this development such as this one and some of the others along 470. So I think it's something that, again, we're making tough decisions. Every decision we make is not what Bethel Lopez wants. It's what's best for the entire city. And it doesn't sit well with some people. I get that. A lot of us up here get that. But the type of where we went off with this public comments tonight, we don't need that in this community. That doesn't define who we are. We need to be respectful. We have a cadence right now. Our Rules Committee is analyzing and talking about public comments and how we're going to address public comments in the future. Well, how about for now be respectful? And most of the people that spoke were respectful, so I appreciate all of you that came up to speak. But we need to define who we are. We're better than that. And we need to continue to support each other and support projects like this. And this body of here will always work for every citizen in this city. And our staff, again, we have the total utmost, starting with Mr. Dunning and his whole team, total confidence that what they're providing to us is factual, accurate, transparent, and ethical, professional. I can keep going, but that's all I really have to say. And unless there's any other comments, then we'll probably be ready for the vote. And so, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move for second reading of Bill number 26-120, an ordinance approving the Arborside Land Clearance Redevelopment Authority, LCRA Redevelopment Plan pursuant to the Land Clearance for Redevelopment Authority Act, and authorizing and directing further actions in connection therewith.
Thank you. We have a motion to advance the second reading by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Cravens. Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes 8-0, 1 absent. Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Head, we need to go ahead and open the public hearing again. Okay. So, we will go ahead and close regular session again and open the public hearing on application number 2026-7729, public hearing of Arborside Community Improvement District, Land Reserve Inc. applicant. Mr. Bushek. Oh, sorry. Anyone wishing to speak, please stand up and get sworn in by our city clerk.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the public hearing for you to formally consider the Community Improvement District. We have discussed this extensively, so I will limit my comments to first entering into evidence the exhibits which are on your list of exhibits 1 through 8.
Thank you. Please enter into the record exhibits 1 through 8.
And I will also offer into evidence all of the evidence and testimony from the previous public hearing, so we're creating a redundancy of a bit, but that will complete the public hearing unless anybody has any additional comments.
No? Please include previous public hearing into public record for this meeting. Thank you.
And that concludes my comments unless there are any other questions or comments that we need to address.
I don't believe so. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hearing no other questions, anyone wishing to speak in support of this application, please stand. Not seeing anyone. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of this application? Yes, come on up.
Just a couple comments, I won't be long. Beto, you made a comment about free enterprise. Free enterprise isn't where you give $250 million in subsidies. Free enterprise is you guys come here, you build, we won't get in your way. So this is far from free enterprise. And in fact, it just drives me crazy. Donnie, I'm trying to like you, by the way. I'm trying to be nice to you. But when you talk about this $234 million not being real money, future money is real money. All right? So when we have all this new people, all these new things, and we have to support them, half that money's gone, or a huge chunk of that money's gone. And we've done this over and over again over the last 8 years, and we're over-leveraged. These are potentially good investments. But if I take all of my money and I invest it into bonds, even though a bond's a good investment, and I can't pay my rent, and I can't pay my car payment, it wasn't a good investment. You're over-leveraged. You've given too much. You've done too many. It's not really a hard concept to understand. Final thing, with the gentleman who came up here and spoke, we have to enforce all charter rules. The charter says 15 minutes per applicant. It's damn near 10 o'clock at night right now because apparently the rules don't apply to the developers and the applicants, just to the people. And so if you guys want rules, let's follow rules. We'll get out of here early. But if that gentleman, and he feels the way a lot of people here in Lee Summit feel, especially the older folks, they're struggling to survive. And so, you're going to be strict with his time limit. Let's be strict with everybody's time limit. We got a couple more coming up, so let's hold to that rule. 15 minutes, we'll get out of here early, okay?
Thanks. Thank you. Come on up, sir.
My name is still Don, and I want to thank the council to hold this hearing so that these young men that have made a great presentation will be held accountable so that it will not cost the city any money, it won't cost school districts any money, and it won't cost any future fragments on our infrastructure. And I want to extend again, thanks for making them, and you're going to hold that accountable on behalf of us, and we thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Okay. Any additional comments from council? Questions? No, hearing none. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and reopen the regular session. Now, are there any closing final comments? No? Mayor Pro Tem Shields, would you please read?
Thank you. I move for second reading of Bill number 26-121, an ordinance approving the petition for establishment of the Arborside Community Improvement District and authorizing and directing further actions in connection therewith.
Great, thank you. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Shields to advance the second reading in Bill number 26-121 and a second by Councilmember Frazier. Any further discussion? Hearing none or seeing none, please cast your vote. Motion passes 1 nay, 7 yes, and one abstention. 1 absent. Thank you. Motion passes. Please record the vote. Okay. We're going to go ahead and muscle through this, right? You guys want to keep going? You got another public hearing? All right. So that takes us to public hearing. In the matter of Bill number 26-121. I'm going to go ahead and close the regular session and open public hearing application. Again, Bill number 26-121. An ordinance approving the petition. Oh, sorry, I'm off a little bit. Stand corrected. It is 2026-7695, public hearing application for PL 2026-35, rezoning of P1, RP4, and PO to CP2, and preliminary development plan for Dillon's Grocery Store, fuel kiosk with canopy, and retail store located at southwest of Northeast Tudor Road and Northeast Douglas Street intersection. Tim Goyette, Phillips Edison and Company are the applicants. Are we going to start with, yes, Mr. Dunning. Anyone wishing to speak, please stand and be sworn in by our city clerk.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
Which one?
Nope, that's the wrong one, sorry. Is that yours?
Yeah. This one should be.
Is that it? Is that yours? Okay.
Yes. Good evening, almost good night. My name is Patricia Jensen with the Russ Rutz White Law Firm located at 801 West 47th Street down on the plaza. We certainly appreciate being here tonight. I represent the Phillips Edison Company, and Tim Goyette is here. We're going to make a joint presentation, hopefully very quick for you. But it's good news because it's all about Dillon's coming back to the market. I think you remember when Dillon's was here before. They are locating a number of stores throughout the metro area, and you're one of the lucky people that get to have a Dillon store. So we're here and we will make our presentation. We really only have one issue in front of you, and we'll cover that at the end. So this is the location of the site. It's by your water tower, and it is across from the school there. The application that is in front of you is to approve the rezoning and preliminary development plan, and that site is currently zoned districts PI, PO, and RP4 to District CP2 to allow for the development of the Dillon's grocery store, which is about 100,000 square feet, with gas pumps and additional retail stores, and 4 outlots for future developments. I think you're all familiar with this site, so I'll flip through the pictures pretty quickly. These pictures look west from Northeast Douglas, and they look west-southwest from Northeast Douglas. This looks from Northwest Main Street, and you can see the city's water tower, our water tank at that location. Then these two pictures look northeast from Northwest Main Street and look southwest from Tudor and Commerce. This is a bird's eye rendering of the site that it currently exists today. And then the next slide in front of you is after Dillon's does the development with the Dillon's grocery store being constructed. You can see that it faces Douglas Road and it backs up to Main Street. This is the site plan that's in front of you today. And you can see the Dillon's grocery store there, right there. And then the gas pumps are out front of it. And the prior meetings, we had the Planning Commission on June 11th, and we requested 3 modifications, 2 of those that the staff agreed with, 1 and 2, and
3, the elevation, material, articulation, and glazing requirements. And we'll go through the area of dispute that we currently have. We've worked with staff to offer alternative solutions, including the rear grocery building elevation. So that's the issue that's in front of you, is the rear elevation in the Class 1 and Class 2 materials. We have changed the color of the canopy, so the staff has that. And then I'm going to let Tim Goyette present the rest of this. We do have the materials that will give you the material board to pass around once Tim has got to that point.
Thanks, Patricia. Good evening, Mayor Lopez, council members and staff. We really thank your time. Thank you for your time tonight. So I'm Tim Goyette. I'm the Vice President of Design, Development, and Construction at Phillips Edison. We're located at 11501 North Lake Drive in Cincinnati, Ohio. And just a little bit about Phillips Edison. We're one of the nation's largest owners and operators of grocery-anchored neighborhood centers. Currently, we're at 326 centers across 31 states. And we own and operate what we build. We're grocery-centered, community-focused, and we're here for the long term to be a neighbor and not just a passing developer. Tonight, we're proposing to bring a Dillon's, backed by Kroger, one of the largest grocers in the country. Dillon's, as you guys know, is a regional banner rooted in the Midwest. They have a national strength and have chosen to expand into Missouri. And this actual project has the opportunity to be the first one in Missouri. So what it means for your residents is it means that there's a full-service grocery with a drive-through pharmacy and a free online pickup, Kroger fuel rewards that can be redeemed at the pump or on their groceries. So why Lee Summit? Well, I think we see that tonight. You guys are thriving. It's an attractive growth market. You have well-educated residents, great household incomes, a quality-focused community, and we're excited to bring Dillon's here. We would love to build and create everyday essentials for a growing Lee Summit. So you've seen the ask on the retail shops, the outlots, the Dillon's, and you've also seen in that bird's eye rendering the transformation, where we can take underutilized land and transform it into a nice, welcoming and friendly community that will create jobs, offer new tax base, and has the opportunity to be the new front door along the Northeast Douglas corridor. So something I'm really proud of is we've worked closely with staff. We have our talented design team here tonight. And staff has been working with us hand in hand. And we've brought these 3 modifications, and as Patricia mentioned, on 2 of the 3, we're aligned. And I don't think that's by accident, because yes, we've had the meetings and we've had neighborhood meetings, but we listened and we've responded. So as you turn your attention to the slide here, the first modification request is for a landscape buffer along the south property line. And the south portion is on the base of the page here. So it abuts the water tower and the city-owned utility land. So in this case, there wasn't a need to necessarily provide a berm or a wall, just because, for one, the site is a little depressed and it creates a natural berm, and also we're screening from, an open property that won't be developed due to the utilities that are there today. I want to highlight the added landscaping. This is an attempt to help with screening that rear facade. So we've already exceeded the current landscaping requirements, and in an attempt to help with some screening that we'll see later on, we've elected to add some deciduous and also evergreen trees to help with that screening. The second modification request was a light pole height. The light pole height that we've landed on is 28 feet, which gives us a better spread for the light and safety, and also it reduces clutter on the site. And if we look at these sections, the light head, as you can see to the side here, projects the light down, so it's not just an open light fixture. It focuses where it matters. You can see this in context where the height of the light at 28 feet, and you can see that the site is depressed. You've got the apartment development over here, and their light height is about the same height as ours. So with the fact that our site's depressed, this really allows us to give a better lighting, display here. So that was one of the reasons, and you see more of that in the second slide. The point I want to make here is, with this site, it does have a lot of topography challenges, but in every case, this is what we've given every design element this level of thought. How we can best utilize the site. We have to light it. We have to, be inviting. We want people to come in. So it just goes to show that our design staff is really taking, everything they can, I guess as they should be as designers, right? So the third modification is, this is where we don't have full alignment from staff, and it really comes down to the rear facade and requiring more Class 1, Class 2 materials, at least 3. We're proposing 2. And we'll get into the elevations here. So what you see here on the top is the Dillon's prototype. This is what customers will, know and trust as time goes. Obviously, we're going to be looking to build a lot more of these. This is the front door that faces Northeast Douglas. There's a lot of articulation. We've added some glazing. It has a lot of different parapet heights and material colors. And this south side here is where we have the drive-through pharmacy and also the online pickup location. The materials up here on the board, if you guys want to touch and feel them, they're also shown on this page, but it's masonry, integral color. It has a lot of texture. It's a material that's going to look good, for the life of the building.
Yeah, please.
So that's what we've chosen here. That's part of the Dillon's brand, and built out. The top elevation here is the west, and this is the one where, we added those trees to try and screen it a little bit. And then obviously we've broken up, you can see in the color change, there's horizontal banding. So we've got different colors at the base versus the field color above. And as you look vertically and horizontally, we've got a lot of accents along the way. And then this bottom elevation is the north. This is where the retail shops would be. And then this steps back and goes all the way back to the loading area. So what we're seeing here is a site section, and there's some real work that's naturally happening here. If you look at Northeast Douglas, it's at 1036 elevation, and then on Northwest Main Street, it's 995. That's about 40 feet in elevation change. So what we're proposing to do is to add fill, raise the site that gives the building facade visibility on the Northeast Douglas side, and it changes the line of sight. So you're not directly looking at the rear on the back. And we also have a little depression here, and that's for stormwater detention. And this also creates a barrier for visibility. So this is a number of, vantage points as you walk around the building. Here's the plan to the side, so each of these are different viewpoints. And you can see we've put a lot of effort into creating a nice look and feel to break up a lot of the facades, particularly at any customer-facing facade. So the rear facade here is something that we've worked closely with staff. We feel that with the relief in the bump outs and the material changes and the elevation heights, that, we've created a facade that's not flat, it's not plain. It does have a lot of interest. However, most of the people that will see this side of the building, they're going to be delivery folks, for the trucks, and it's more a service road, and the access on the rear is on purpose. There's actually, in our traffic study, it's 562 cars per day on Northwest Main Street. It's over 10,000 on Northeast Douglas. So adding this access at the rear gives the truck traffic, the path, and it's more industrial on that corridor. It gives us the opportunity to bring trucks in there to help with any traffic concerns on Northeast Douglas. So this is something new. We added some additional renderings. We wanted to study this rear elevation because if we're going to add materials, we want to make sure that it's worth it. And you can see some additional trees that highlighted landscaping that we added. You can see that the building's raised, and we have some elevation that's working for us to create some screening. And this is probably the most visible part, and we feel that it's pretty well blocked from visibility. And, with distance, with the topography, with the landscaping, creating a softer view, we feel this is screened pretty well and doesn't warrant additional materials. We have, masonry materials that are going to last for the life of the building. They're going to look beautiful, and if we add another material, it's just to add it. It's not really customer facing. We kind of see this as more of a service facade, and that's the way we're kind of looking at it, where we're spending more money and more effort in the customer facing sides. So let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the fuel canopy. When we were working with staff, we agreed that the red was a little overbearing along the main drive, and we listened. And we made that switch. We added masonry that matches the building materials around the columns. We've also changed the color of the metal canopy, and obviously that's a pretty big difference. So now, as we look at the other parts of the development, this is the shops elevation that we've come up with. We consider these inline shops, and they're approximately 1,500 square feet for future tenants, and it's got the same rich palette and material and undulation that the entire development has. And looking at the overall, it's a very cohesive design. It's got a lot of interest, pedestrian friendly, active. And here's the entrance that will be the identity for Dillon's, not only here but at other stores. Another view of the shop's elevation. Again, very pedestrian friendly, rich materials. So in addition to the grocery box and the inline shops and the fuel canopy, we consider that to be phase one, along with all the site development. And phase two is where we will develop out parcels. We don't have any tenants identified for those. We're going to be actively searching once we gain approval. But we wanted to model these to show that what we could fit on the site, and that we understand they're they're really exposed. So we want to make it a four-sided building, and that's what we have here. We'll likely, in our final development plan, have, different elevations, but, the concept here with four-sided elevations and the richness of the materials, something that will complement the current design, will be incorporated. There's a couple out parcels on each one. So, in summary, we're requesting the zoning change to CP2, which is commercial, for the development of the grocery store, the gas pumps, the retail, and the outlots. And the thing that we're not necessarily aligned on, I want to frame this well here. The staff and our team, we are aligned. We want the same things. We all want to be proud, and we want you guys to be proud of this design for Lee Summit for years to come. And the gap is really narrow on the backside. And hopefully what we've displayed today with the service use of that rear facade, the distance from Northwest Main Street, the limited traffic on that road, and the elevation and the screening, how it softens the visibility of the rear of the building, that we would love to have your support and your approval for this without the addition of adding a third material on the rear facade.
So on your bill number, I think it's bill number 26-122, on page 3, it grants certain modifications, but number 6 of page 3 does not grant the modification we're requesting. So we would need to amend that bill to do as Tim has stated. And we do have all of our people here, including the Dillon's representatives.
Great, thank you. I think we're going to go ahead and allow staff to present, and then we'll come back with questions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Adair Bright, Senior Planner. I'd like to enter into the record Exhibit A, list of exhibits 1 through 24.
Enter 1 through 24, please, into the record exhibit.
Before we begin, I did just want to note that this presentation and hearing is concerning the rezoning and the preliminary development plan requests. Following this hearing, there will be a presentation for the conceptual incentive request, but this hearing is focused on the zoning and the land use decision. The applicant is requesting approval of a rezoning, which is shown with the yellow outline on 21.61 acres from planned industrial, planned apartment residential, and planned office to planned community commercial. They are also requesting approval of a preliminary development plan, which is shown with the pink hatching on 15.71 acres for development of a grocery store, fuel canopy and kiosk, and adjoining retail. There are 5 proposed modifications, which will be reviewed later within the presentation, and the proposal does include a conceptual plan for the remaining 5.9 acres, which will require preliminary and final development plan approval at the time of development. This slide provides some better context of the surrounding area and the general location of the property. The proposal does contain 9 different parcels with 3 different zoning districts. The property has a larger cluster of parcels about halfway between Northeast Tudor Road and Northeast Chipman Road, and also has a parcel with dual frontage along both Northeast Commerce Drive and Northwest Main Street. The property to the north contains developing apartments. Across Tudor is the Joint Operations Center and an industrial warehouse. To the west are office and industrial uses, and to the east is Lee Summit North High School. The properties to the south contain a water tower and an underground water storage tank, and both are owned and maintained by the city. The future land use map, which serves as a guide for generalized land use categories, identifies the subject property as mixed use in residential 3. While the development would require an amendment to the future land use map since it does not comply with that residential 3 designation, there are developing apartments to the north, and the development would function as a commercial node serving those residents and the surrounding area. Based on the surrounding development pattern and the intent of the map, the proposed uses are appropriate for the area. The development also supports the strong neighborhoods and housing choice and the resilient economy focus areas, along with the goal to develop non-residential uses along major corridors, as outlined in the Ignite Comprehensive Plan. The neighborhood meeting was held on March 5th, 2026, where 11 members of the public attended. Staff has not received any letters or phone calls in support or opposition of the project. The PDP proposal includes the grocery store, the fuel canopy and kiosk, and the adjoining retail, which total about 106,000 square feet. There are 2 proposed accesses off Northeast Douglas Street and 1 off Northwest Main Street. The northernmost access on Northeast Douglas will be a full access, while the southern will be a right-in, right-out. The pedestrian entrance faces Northeast Douglas Street, while the rear abuts Northwest Main. A stormwater management report was submitted and reviewed by staff. The applicant is proposing 2 detention basins on the west side of the site to accommodate stormwater runoff. A traffic impact study was also submitted and reviewed by staff, and the following improvements are required. Signalization of the full access drive at the Lee Summit North driveway along Northeast Douglas Street. Addition of northbound and southbound left turn lanes at that intersection. Southbound right turn lanes at both accesses off Northeast Douglas Street. Access restrictions for the southern access. The raised concrete median along Northeast Douglas, and a 5-foot wide sidewalk along the entire Douglas Street frontage. The proposed building design includes CMU blocks, metal panels, and clear glass. The design does include front entrance features as required by the UDO. Much of the discussion at the Planning Commission hearing was centered around the elevations and the use of those materials. At the Planning Commission, additional exhibits were entered into the record, and those exhibits were the site plan and the elevations for the Dillon's Olathe location. Those exhibits have also been included in your packet today. As noted in the memo provided by staff, there were comparisons between the proposed design and the design for the Olathe location, which does include a greater mix of materials. The Planning Commission discussion led to the applicant providing revisions to the fuel canopy and kiosk as shown here. The revisions include changing the color palette and wrapping the columns with the CMU block to create a more cohesive design amongst the grocery store and the fuel station. The applicant is requesting a modification to the quantity of materials proposed. On a primary facade, the UDO states that 3 different Class 1 or 2 materials are required on primary facades, and the applicant is proposing 1 Class 2 material on that western facade, which would occupy about 96% of that facade, or 92, my apologies. Since Planning Commission, the applicant has provided additional plantings to attempt to screen that rear facade from view. And while staff is appreciative of the additional landscaping, it does not address the underlying architectural concerns associated with that modification requested. Staff does not support the modification because the intent is to create visual interest, reduce the appearance of large uninterrupted wall planes, and enhance the architectural character of street-facing facades. The proposed material palette remains limited and does not provide the level of visual diversity that the standard requires. The proposed design does not satisfy the letter of the code, nor does it meet the intent of the code. The second modification requested is to the fenestration requirement, which states that fenestrations with clear glass shall occupy no less than 50% of the pedestrian view zone. The applicant is proposing the eastern facade, which is the front, contain 31% of clear glass, and the western facade contains 0%. Staff is supportive of the request since the storefront is on the eastern side of the building and the applicant is providing clear glass to signify the public area. The intent is being met by highlighting the part of the building that is open for pedestrian entry, while the rear of the building remains for private back-of-house use. Also being requested is a modification to the requirement for a wall articulation no less than once every 60 linear feet on primary facades. Staff is supportive of the request because the intent is to provide visual relief, and the proposed design provides that relief at a scale that is appropriate to the structure itself. On the eastern facade, the design denotes a visual hierarchy that showcases the pedestrian entrance, and on the western facade, in addition to providing that relief, the articulations mask the dock doors and the utilitarian aspects of that building. The UDO requires all light fixtures on properties within or adjoining residential uses and/or districts shall not exceed 15 feet in height within the perimeter area, and outside the perimeter area, the light height may be increased to 20 feet. The applicant is proposing a modification to allow parking lot light poles be 28 feet in height. Staff is supportive of the request since the plans show the proposed average finished grade approximately 7 feet lower than the average finished grade of the adjacent residential. Therefore, the perceived height would be about 19 feet tall, which is equivalent to the top of the second floor of those adjacent apartments. The height is not expected to negatively impact nearby residents, as the lights will utilize a flat lens, include cutoffs, and will not exceed the maximum book candle as allowed by the UDO. The last modification request is to the high-impact screening, which requires a masonry wall, vinyl fence, or berm to be installed in addition to low-impact landscaping. The applicant is proposing to utilize the proposed grade in lieu of installing that fence, wall, or berm along the southwestern portion of the property adjacent to the ag zoning. Staff is supportive of the modification since strict application of the code would result in a fence or berm which would not screen or buffer adequately due to the grade change. Also, the ag-zoned property is used for utilities, not an agricultural or residential use, which negates the purpose of the high-impact buffer. The proposal, including the landscaping and the grading, will achieve the intent of the code to mitigate any visual impacts. Staff reviewed the request against the criteria outlined in the UDO, which generally speaks to compatibility with the surrounding area, impacts on utilities and services, and the conformance with the comprehensive plan. Condition number 8 was added by the Planning Commission, and staff believes the revisions provided by the applicant appease those concerns. The Planning Commission recommended unanimous approval with the conditions on the screen and in the staff report. Therefore, with the conditions of approval outlined here, including condition number 6, that the building must comply with the mix of materials requirement, and in the staff letter, the application meets the goals of the Ignite Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of the UDO. And I am here for any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. So generally, like when you say that you recommend approval with these conditions, that's basically saying like under the comprehensive plan or strategic plan, the UDO, like when you compare this project to that, it kind of ticks the boxes of something that meets the requirements that we've have set out for you, right? That's kind of
Yes,
what you're
subject to the conditions on the screen, yes.
Okay. So as far as like condition 6, for example, about the rear facade and the types of materials, the reason why staff is not recommending that is because it doesn't match the new material requirements that we adopted. I think it was just a few months ago, something like that.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So would that then be a policy consideration for us, whether we wanted to keep that requirement in or modify? Is that within the discretion of the council to say we want to
Yes.
strike or modify that?
Yes.
Okay, but staff, just based on the current UDO,
Our recommendation is
yes, to keep it because it'd be consistent with the letter and spirit of the UDO?
Yes.
Okay. Condition 8 about the canopy, you said you feel like that's basically been addressed. The ordinance, it looked like that, the ordinance attached to our packet didn't have that.
Yes.
So would that condition just not be needed to add since it's already handled?
Correct, it's already been
Okay.
dealt with.
I guess the question would probably be for the applicant. With respect to the rear facade, kind of what are your concerns with meeting those higher requirements, and why do you need this modification? Will it make it more difficult to make this project work? Is it just you feel it's unnecessary? Like, can you just kind of explain to me why you want that modification a little bit more?
Yeah, and also I want to speak a little bit to the Olathe exhibit that has brick on the back. Brick is masonry as well. So if we add a different masonry, we actually have a total of 4 different types on the back. So other materials could be glazing. Obviously, this is a back of house, and it needs the function as that. It's a lot of storage, and obviously where deliveries come in. So there's, I mean, if we add it, I mean, if we add additional materials, it could be added to the base, but at the same time, it doesn't really, it's not as visible, certainly at the base. And one of the other things, we did look at Olathe and, you know, the requirements and compared it to this, and it really is a totally different project. It faces residential, whereas we're facing industrial, and that is the big part of it. It's also, we consider this as a mid-block location. We're not on the corner of Main and Main, where that one is, and the sales are really good there, and it's able to pencil with the added cost with raising the site so we can make this site function. And obviously, we're adding the road as well, that it's just to take on additional materials. We've certainly enhanced the rear facade to a lot more than what it was initially. It's just really coming down to a material choice that we feel is not going to really be of value. And it's really tight right now to make the project pencil, so something like that would be substantial. And just for reference, the Olathe rear facade was about a $2 million increase to the project, and this project cannot take that.
Okay, that was going to be my next question is to what extent would it increase the cost to do what's required under the UDO versus what you're currently proposing? And so you think it'd be around a $2 million cost increase?
Yes.
And I think the staff's presentation, the property that's behind you, well, there'll be a pretty large buffering of landscaping and the detention. I know I always get detention, retention mixed up, but the kind of open area for water capture. So there's already kind of a large open space, and then also the property that's across the street is industrial zoned, is that right?
Yeah, it's industrial. There's 564 cars a day. It's clearly a facade, not trafficked much. That includes with the modeling the new residential there as well. So
Your position is kind of, it's, the folks who are traveling on the road, they're already expecting to see industrial buildings because it's an industrial area.
Yes.
And it's just not that many cars a day that see anything at all because it's a lower traffic street.
correct. And I think that the letter of the code, I understand, you know, it's a numbers thing and it is the code. But in this case, we have done a level of screening and just the visibility when we modeled it. It's pretty well softened by the landscaping and the distance from the road and the fact that it's not on the same line of sight. It's elevated, so you see it a little different.
That makes sense. So appreciate it. And then I guess kind of back to staff. So it seems like for us, it's, the question that we would weigh with this is what's intended to be accomplished with the four-sided architecture in the code. Is it worthy of a modification in this case since it's facing an industrial area, lower traffic street? Do we kind of grant a variance given that in general this is our requirement, but in this specific location it may not make as much sense? That's kind of the policy decision before us for that specific item.
Yes, and if
Okay.
you would choose to do that, then you would just amend condition number 6.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions for the public hearing, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rader.
Thank you. I just have a really quick question. I had a constituent ask, and I didn't see it either. I travel up and down Douglas 2 or 3 times a day. Didn't see public hearing signs on the property. Were there public hearing signs? That's a question for staff. Oh, yeah. You did.
There were public hearing signs. They were installed on May 21st of 2026. There were 10 of them in total since there's 9 parcels. The UDO does state that once the applicant installs them, they will make a good faith effort to maintain those signs and maintain their visibility. So at that point, I would defer to the applicant as to what has happened since then.
Do we ever follow up with that to make sure the signs are there? Or is it totally the responsibility of the developer?
It's the responsibility of the applicant.
Okay, good. I'm answering for my constituent. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Atkins.
Can I have the applicant again to answer a couple of questions about the materials? And forgive me if I missed it when you were talking with her, but is there another middle ground material? Because our obligation is to have 3 different Class 1 and Class 2s. So I understand that brick was at Olathe, but is there another material that's not $2 million?
That's a good question. It's not clear as to what all those options are, but I think the best one to answer that is our architect. I know there was a lot of thought that went into changing the design as we went through, so.
I think it's in here. Actually,
That's it.
this one actually, nope, yeah, the one at the bottom works better. So along the rear of the building, this interior plan kind of gives an idea of what's actually on the inside. The easiest material to add that would help back there is glass, but the problem is, I don't know if you can see the mouse up there, yeah. So this is all loading. This is the fire riser, this is the electrical, and then we have restrooms. So obviously that whole side, we can't add glass. This entire side over here, there's a cooler, a freezer, a cooler, and then all the loading shelves. So again, from Dillon's perspective, the rear of the building, like we put everything towards the front. So there's really no opportunity for glass. And then on the front elevation, the way we were able to meet it is with the front entry features, which is this, obviously the glazing, and then the metal that wraps around the front, which you can see on that material board, wherever that ended up, is a pretty high quality wood paneled metal. So that's what got us that extra material that would go on the front. Because like Tim said, our best solution would be to add brick, but the problem is the brick would be along the base and you wouldn't really ever see it. And brick is also masonry. By the way your code reads, all of those kind of lumped together.
And the brick is what's the $2 million?
Well, for Olathe, the overall entire elevation was $2 million extra. It wasn't just the rear. That was all the required brick, the spec brick, there was one other material we had to add on the front of that store. There's a stone component to that building too. And with that property, there was the city requirements. There's also a Kansas City overlay district that required additional materials on that project as well, not just Olathe.
Thank you. When you started planning this project, and did we just change this recently, a couple months ago? Maybe I wasn't here yet. Did we change it after you started these plans, or was that our condition when you started the plans?
I'm not sure when it changed.
Yeah, if you're speaking to the UDO update, that was actually August of 2025, so that predated any of these conversations.
Okay, so the UDO already said 2 choices, or it's requiring 3 choices. So again, is there anything besides glass or brick?
Not from a simple solution, because the other thing we have back there is all the trucks. So whatever we need back there is going to last, and we know it's going to get chipped, which is why we use the integrally colored masonry, the couple different types of it. So that way, when a truck runs into it, which will happen, you still don't have, or you have that material all the way through in color, so you won't notice it unless you're up close. Because we do have all of that truck material, or truck traffic across the front, which is the loading dock side, which is, I don't see the mouse. Oh, this whole side is the loading dock, and then this whole side right here in the middle is what they consider their daily store delivery. So, I don't know, bread. Like the smaller trucks deliver through that small door. So most of during the day, this is the heavy load where trucks will be parked back here loading and unloading, and they also unfortunately run into the walls constantly. So we're looking for safety and security on the back because of where that is.
Okay.
And I can also tell you the prototypical Dillon store would not have any of that dark gray. It would not have any of those bump ups or bump outs. It's a flat gray wall is their standard prototype. So we've already, I don't know the exact number, But we've increased the overall typical prototype elevation by 10 to 15% minimum on cost already from the front and the sides and the rear of the store.
The total cost of your whole project went up 15% to
On the
add-
elevation, for just the exterior elevation.
Okay. Thank you. And then another thing about traffic, can you do a comparison in volume or traffic or however you measure between the Olathe store and our store, like projections?
So Phillips Edison, we didn't have any involvement with that development in Kansas, but we do have the civil engineer, and obviously the architect had some involvement with that. Yes. Have Marvin speak for that.
Yes, unfortunately, I can't pull the numbers right out of my head, but I do know that, I believe College Boulevard just had slightly higher bit of traffic on that road, leading into that development. So, that's about the difference, but that site also had a decent commercial district around it as well, so that's basically
Sir, can you
the
state your
difference.
name for the record
Marvin Brown,
and address?
6363 Poplar Avenue,
Thank you.
Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, thank you. I
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you. That's all my questions. I appreciate you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Frazier.
I'll just ask both of my questions up front. Number one, have you, I didn't see any numbers or estimates on the number of jobs that will be generated once it's fully operational. And then my other question is related to the fuel pumps. If I understand correctly, if I remember, the fuel station was located on Douglas as well. And so number 8 of there were changes made on number 8. Was that just the color, the red color, or did that involve materials as well? Because it seems to me that you're going to see the fuel station prior to seeing, I mean, if it's in front there, you're going to see it off of Douglas before you even see the Dillons, if the height is, if the elevation is the same.
Yeah, it actually, we added a masonry base, which I don't see it in this update, but we did add materials around the column
Okay.
to match the building. And the other piece is just a color change to the pre-finished metal canopy. So, and again, those colors go with the metal that is on the building.
Thank you. And pertaining to the jobs, do you have?
Oh.
Just,
Yeah, I think it's 250 jobs.
250 full-time and part-time.
Yep.
You anticipated a question before our conceptual financing, our CID. It's 250 full-time and part-time employees, about a $9 to $10 million payroll.
okay. Thank you.
Good?
Thank you.
All right, good. Not seeing any other questions at this moment, so we'll go ahead and see if there's anyone who wishes to speak in support of this application. Seeing none, is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of this application? We'll start second row here. Oh, I apologize. We have if you can hang on 1 second, please. Our head of our economic development is here also. He was going to speak.
Hello, Joe Perry, Lease Summit EDC. In this section, I'm just going to limit it to some of the infill return on investment that I think you might consider on this section. I'll talk more about the economic impact in the conceptual presentation on incentives. This site maximizes going back to your previous case, municipal operating and capital investments that are anchoring an underutilized area near multifamily and adjacent to the industrial park has already been mentioned. And I think it's also notable that in this consideration that you're looking at the street portion, which seems from the staff's report to help with the safety of the ingress and egress of the high school across the street. You got the signalization. So I think with the traffic signal, the road widening, the turn lanes, all benefit all of those things, and that should be part of the consideration of this section. And as it goes to the issues, I understand the issues, but I'm not going to speak to the urban design issues. I think that's, the staff's covered well your opportunity to amend that.
Great, thank you, appreciate that. Sir, come on up.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Bill Bobbitt. I live at 207 Northeast Douglas, Lee Summit, Missouri. I'm here tonight regarding this application. I'm formally requesting the City Council postpone this public hearing and delay any official vote on this application because the mandatory public notice signs are not currently posted on the property. Under the Lee Summit Unified Development Ordinance, physical sign postings are a strict legal requirement to ensure the public is fully informed of major zoning changes. Because these signs are missing, members of our community who drive or walk past the site daily have been deprived of their right to notice. Proceeding with a hearing and a final vote tonight under these conditions compromises the integrity of the city's public process and opens this decision up to legal vulnerability regarding improper notice. While I understand the applicant may have initially placed the signs, the facts remain that the required public notice is not active leading into tonight's decision. For a project of this scale, introducing a major grocery store, fuel station, and rezoning, the community deserves strict compliance with the law. I respectfully ask the City Council to vote tonight to continue this public hearing to a future date, directing the applicant to properly repost the signs so that all affected residents can receive full notice. They are legally owned. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshua?
Yeah, Bill is right about that. I drove by, there were no signs as well. And that is problematic because you guys don't do anything else to inform the public about it. No Facebook post. The first news story came out like 3 hours, I think, before the meeting on Fox. You can take a look at the comments there. There's not a lot of excitement about it. But before I get into that, I want to know why the timer wasn't started for the applicant. It's 15 minutes. They went 19 minutes. We need to streamline these things. It's for everybody. Rules are for everybody, not just the public. But yeah, in terms of this project, what they're saying on Facebook, which you get a large swath of people, diverse people, they don't like the location. You know, the high school is very close. Even looking at the pictures they had, it just looks very dense and tight, and there's going to be a lot of traffic there, especially when school's coming in and getting out. And so I'm worried about potential safety risks for the students. I'm also worried, my understanding is the city has a gas pump in that general location. And so how do we factor in police traffic and police readiness if there is some kind of emergency and there's high traffic? You know, we've got a store, we've got the school, we've got all those apartments there now, right? Like has anybody thought about this or planned about it? I mean, I don't think we have. It wasn't talked about. So we need to talk about that at least a little bit. And I know the incentives are not a part of this, and I'm glad they're not, because if they're willing to come present this plan without incentives, and they can go forward without it. So after they give you your presentation, I would suggest that we just dismiss it, because if they wanted it, they would do it before the pre-development plan and all this work. So clearly there's not going to be a strong but-for case there. And it's just not free enterprise, right, Beto? You know, not a level playing field. We don't want to subsidize our existing businesses who invest in Lee Summit, you know, and subsidize their competitors. That's not right. Then in terms of the modifications, generally speaking, I'm against most modifications that come through unless they really make sense. And, you know, I think you guys spend a lot of times making these rules, and you certainly enforce them against the residents of Lee Summit. So I think we ought to be equitable with that. You know, that's a word you guys like, equitable. Let's demonstrate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Not seeing anyone else. Then I will go ahead and close the public hearing and reopen the regular session. Are there any additional council comments? Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you, Mayor. I think overall, this particular use in this location, I think makes a lot of sense. This almost feels like a discussion that we have a lot in terms of, will rooftops bring commercial development or not? And in this case, it seems like they have, that there's a lot of new rooftops going in right there, and now we've got a grocery store and some other retail tenants that want to come in. So that seems like we're kind of achieving a goal that we talk about a lot here. I think in terms of grocery store on, high traffic Douglas, near a lot of housing, near the school, like it just, to me, it makes a lot of sense. So I would be in support of the rezone and the PDP. As far as the modifications that were discussed, I would be open to doing something different on that rear facade. Like I understand why we adopted the new material requirements, but in this particular location where it's facing industrial area where there's already a lot of screening proposed and a pretty big setback from the actual street, I just don't think that those four-sided architecture requirements achieve a lot compared to the cost that they impose. So I would be supportive of a modification there. So that's all that I have.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Funk?
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is probably a good fit for this location. I agree the elevation, and to speak in the comment section, my building is directly where their back drive is going to dump out. And there were signs posted at least on Main Street. There were, I think, 4 of the signs posted on Main Street. I could probably scroll back from my phone and take a picture of one of them because I was too lazy to walk across the street, so I took a picture and zoomed in on it. I think the four-sided architect, I think it does play a role in some developments. I think this, if you look at the grade of the land that's back there, there's a lot of work that's going to have to go into grading this out and getting it level on Douglas. I would be in support of the modification to number 6 as well. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rader?
Thank you. I'm not very wild about this location. I think it's going to, I think Dillon's is a great company, and it would be great to have them here, but I just don't think this is the best location because it's going to be very trafficky. It's having the lights, as I watched the Planning Commission meeting, the lights aren't going to be very far apart. I think Ms. Berry said a third of a mile. They try to make them a third of a mile. I don't know if that's going to be the case here. She didn't really know. So there'll be one on Tudor and Douglas, and then one by across from the high school, and then Chipman and Douglas. So it's a lot. I got to say that I think we did a lot of work on these architectural standards for a reason, because we wanted to raise the standard of elevations and the way our city looked. And I think we need to stick to that. That was what the staff recommended, and that's what Planning Commission recommended, and I believe we should stick with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cravens?
I just had a question or just want to gather a little more information about the public hearing signs. I know that you said that there were 9 placed. What is the duration of those signs and were they in visible locations? Because I do think that there is a point to be made that the residents do need to have time to consider the development and have that opportunity to speak on the impact in their area. So I'm just curious to know kind of, I know Councilmember Funk said that he's seen the signs, but have those signs been maintained and for how long?
Yeah, so those signs do get posted 15 days prior to the first public hearing, which was that Planning Commission public hearing. It is the applicant to maintain those signs, maintain their visibility. In addition to the signs, we do advertise in the newspaper, both for the Planning Commission public hearing and the City Council public hearing. And then we do send letters to all property owners within 300 feet of the site. So those are our requirements per state statute. It actually only requires 185 feet, so our code does go above and beyond with both the notice sign, the neighborhood meeting that we require, and the distance that we mail to.
Thanks for that clarification.
You good? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. During the, I guess for the developer, whoever wants to answer these, during your presentation, I kept hearing you say pedestrian friendly, but I didn't see any sidewalks around here. Are there any sidewalks?
Yes, there are. There's a sidewalk that connects to the residential development along the
Sir,
frontage.
I'm going to stop you for a second. We're going to go ahead and go back into public.
Okay,
public
sorry.
hearing. So, all right. So that's all right. Good question. So we're going to go ahead and close regular session and reopen public hearing for this application. All those wanting to speak, please stand up and be sworn in by our city clerk. Yes, if you're sworn in, you're good then. Sorry, my bad. So we're open, we're back in public session.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to find my own answers, I just couldn't do it. So sidewalks.
Let's see. Do you want
Yes, so looking at the site plan, we have sidewalks going across and then crosswalks going across this right in, right out. And then that continues on down to the full entrance here and connects to the existing. And then to the actual retail, this sidewalk here goes directly back and connects to all the other retail here.
Okay, so you have a sidewalk along the front on Douglas,
Yes.
and then one that connects to it to take you back to the store?
Yes.
What about over here on the side where the people are gonna be, like, if they walk over from the apartment, instead of playing Frogger, do they have an ability to get across that parking lot at all?
Yeah, they could walk along the front here. This is where, at our property line, where it starts.
Okay.
And there's an existing walk here, so it would just connect.
So is
And
that side that's gonna abut the apartment's gonna be fenced?
no,
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking path of least resistance, they're probably not gonna go all the way up to that sidewalk, but I guess if they wanna play Frogger, they can do that. Okay, what about the back? Is there anything that goes along the back, like sidewalk ways?
so there is a sidewalk along Northwest Main Street. However, we do not have connectivity to that. This is somewhat of a steeper slope, and we couldn't make that accessible, feasibly. So, and it's also a service entrance primarily.
Okay.
And this is something that is, can be utilized by the public, but also for emergency response as another opportunity to get in, certainly if there's, access issues on the front.
Okay.
But we've obviously looked at all that, but that's, there's
Okay.
no pedestrian connectivity on the rear.
So there's no sidewalk that goes along the street on that side?
It goes along the street, but it doesn't come up this private access.
Okay, so it is along the street on your side of the road. It just doesn't come up your
Yes,
drive? Okay, that's
correct.
what I was asking.
Okay,
Okay,
sorry.
but it is along that street?
Yes.
Okay, and then the retention, detention, whatever it says detention, okay, stormwater detention, are those somehow, do they have some kind of a fence around them, or can you just walk into those?
It's a great question. I prefer to have the civil engineer answer that one.
Okay.
Yes, the way they're designed right now, they do not have a fence around them, but they do have slopes that shouldn't make them too steep. One consideration is that they are dry ponds, so they only have water during rain events. So that's the way they currently are designed, yes.
Okay, so they're dry detention basins.
Yes.
But during areas of high rainfalls, they will be full, so,
Yes.
okay. Okay. See if I have anything else. Okay, no other questions. I would say, the rest are comments, so I don't need to do that anymore. Thanks.
I think Councilmember Atkins had a question.
Thank you. The conversation about the traffic made me, I was listening to the presentation earlier and I missed the details about the traffic light. Did you say that Mark is going to be deciding after the fact where the lights go based on their regional traffic, the regional?
Mid-America?
Yeah, Mid-America is going to be deciding. There's a third-party vendor outside of Mark that chooses where the lights go and how often the lights change.
No, so it was determined per the traffic study that the light would be required at the Lee Summit North driveway access where it kind of lines up to make this four-way intersection.
Is that next to the tennis courts? Is that what?
No.
Okay.
Across from the tennis courts.
What
right?
Mark does is they do the signal timing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael Park, Director of Public Works. I think what you're referring to is the signal operation who times the traffic signal.
Timing, okay.
So all the traffic signals up and down Douglas are operated by Operation Greenlight. It's a MARC entity who is interjurisdictional, so they time, typically it's intersections, they have hundreds of them, if not, a couple thousand across the metro area. Where it crosses jurisdictional boundaries, it causes a little more seamless coordination of signals as they cross from city to MoDOT back to city or across different cities. So after the signal is installed by the developer, it would become the city's to own and maintain, but the Operation Greenlight would do the timing. So if there's timing adjustments that need to be made, whether it be here or at the adjacent signals along the entire coordinated corridor, Operation Greenlight would do that.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Park. I'm glad they're here because my other question is for you too. So the light is outside of the tennis courts at that entrance onto the west side of the school?
It aligns with the school's driveway, yes.
School driveway, okay. And then with the work happening on Douglas, like with the 10-foot sidewalk happening, going all the way into the city, like all the way into downtown Lee Summit. So that happens all up and down the east side of Douglas, but on their side, is it just going to be a sidewalk that stops?
It's just a sidewalk on both sides of Douglas, north of Chipman.
So it'll be continual all the way up and down, like it'll be easy walking path both sides of Douglas from?
So there's currently sidewalk on Douglas on the east side, the school side, all the way from Chipman north, past this development, north of Tudor, all the way up to, I believe, right around 470. And it may actually, I think it may go across 470 over and continues on up north Lee Summit Road, right? On the west side, the sidewalk stops currently at Chipman. And there's a little bit of sidewalk for the property just adjacent north of this development that's proposed. Then there's the development of the apartments that will be building sidewalk as part of their development criteria. Then the sidewalk starts again there at Tudor and goes north all along the west side of Douglas, again, all the way north to the interstate. So this development is proposed will build sidewalk all along its frontage down to where the city's property is. And then there will be a remaining gap right there that will be part of the city's gap program to address at some point when its priority is above other priorities in the city.
Okay, and the gap is down there, is it called Suicide Hill? Is that where the?
Yeah, where the water tanks are.
Okay, that's where the sidewalk stops. Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Is good?
Yes, thanks, Mayor.
Okay. I will now close the public hearing again and reopen the regular session. Are there more council comments? Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. Okay, so I agree this is a good place for a grocery store with all of those apartments going in. That's going to give them somewhere easy to shop. I will say that I've been saying for quite some time now that I'm really tired of looking at parking lots. I'm still really tired of looking at parking lots. And, I guess if everybody expects to have an acre of parking for any store, what have you, fine. But I really would like to get to the standards of, can we put buildings in the front, parking lots in the back? But I know that's here nor there on this discussion. Other than that, I agree with I forgot what recommendation it is, for the back side of it. It really can't be seen. Would it be nice to have some kind of a third element? Yes. But if you can't see it, does it matter? I get where you're coming from on that. but I was also part of we need to really update our standards to make sure that we're keeping Lee Summit looking good and keeping people wanting to come here. So I agree that we need to be meeting those standards, and I would really love it if we can get parking lots in the back. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So not seeing any other comments, I will just briefly state I too am in support of this project. For a lot of the reasons my colleagues have already stated, I think this part of the city, there's a gap and it needs this kind of service. I think residential-wise, it's got a great mix within a couple-mile radius, and I think you all have taken the proper safety precautions, and so appreciate you all considering investing in Lee Summit. So yes, so we'll go ahead and read, if you're okay with that.
I move for second reading of Bill number 26-122, an ordinance approving rezoning from districts PI Plan Industrial, RP4 Plan Apartment Residential, and PO Plan Office to CP2 Plan Community Commercial and Preliminary Development Plan for Dillon's on approximately 15.71 acres of land located near the southwest corner of Northeast Tudor Road and Northeast Douglas Street, all in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 33, the Unified Development Ordinance, Code of Ordinances for the City of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Funk. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
So I'd like to make an amendment to that requirement 6. Do we have proposed language for that, for a motion? Excuse me.
Not currently, but it would be a modification shall be granted to section 8.080B to allow for one class 1 or 2 material on that western facade.
Okay.
It would kind of just inverse number 6.
So I move to amend approval condition number 6 to state that the western facade shall contain one class 1 or class 2 building material in at least 2 colors, comprising at least 50% of the primary facade area. That work?
Yes.
Mr. Head, that good? Okay, so this is on the amendment. Amendment has been made by Mayor Pro Tem Shield and second by Councilmember Frazier. Any additional discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes 7 yes, 1 no. All right, so then we go back to the motion as amended. Do you have to read it again? All right, so the motion's been made to advance the second reading by Mayor Pro Tem Shields, second by Councilmember Funk. No additional comments or questions, please cast your vote. Motion passes 7-1, 1 absent. Thank you. Please record the vote. All right, takes us to an item related to this recent ordinance. Presentation.
I'm afraid to touch things, otherwise I'll mess them up.
We're going to take like a 5-minute recess, if that's
That's fine.
okay.
That's fine.
And we'll be back very shortly. Thank you.
Ever wondered how the city budget works? The total 2026 budget is over $380 million, which includes funding for daily operations, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and enterprise operations. For example, the general fund is the foundation for the city's day-to-day services and investments like road maintenance, public safety, and fire protection. The general fund is supported by property taxes, sales taxes generated by local businesses, franchise taxes, and other sources like licenses, permits, and fees. For every dollar citizens pay in property tax, the city receives 18 cents. This means the city receives $845 a year in property taxes for a median single-family house. These taxes provide public safety, park maintenance, infrastructure, and the best services to keep Lee Summit going and improving. One of the community's top priorities is infrastructure investment, which is reflected in the Capital Improvement Plan. $113 million of the 2026 budget is invested into the Capital Improvement Plan. The 2026 capital improvement budget includes investments like the 291 and 50 highway interchange, 3rd Street, Ward and Purcell's intersection, and Pryor Road. The budget process includes guidance from the City Council, citizen input, and critical success factors from the city's Ignite strategic plan. To learn more about the city's budget, visit cityofls.net/budget.
When the person called on the phone, she said that there was a dinosaur walking down her road. Of course, we had to go out and check that out. We get out there, and it was a big African tortoise, probably 60 pounds, walking down the road. When they walk, they really stand up tall, so I could see why she thought it was a dinosaur. I'm Rodney Wagner. I'm the manager of Lee Summit Animal Control. So as you can see, we get all sorts of animals here. You got some guinea pigs off to the side. All the windows up here are animals that are adoptable right now. Every one of these dogs is ready to go and ready for adoption. And the same thing with our cats over here. A lot of cool cats in here now, so this is our 3-acre lot we have out back. This is where we do all the walking of dogs, exercise. We also have a side yard off to the side over there, so we can let them run loose. They can run together, and we have what's called play groups. Kind of like having a bunch of kids. Here's our vet room. We have a vet that comes out twice a week. This is our Sally Port where we bring the animals into. This is one of our animal control trucks. And we can hold up to 6 animals. We have a lift on the other side to put big animals in. We actually have temperature gauges in here and in the truck to tell us how hot it is. Once it gets to a certain temperature, we bring all the animals back here immediately. So this actually has traps in it, but we do a lot of wildlife trapping. I mean, a lot. So bats, pot-bellied pigs, horses, cows, emus, a lot of reptiles. We had a citizen one time that had over 200 reptiles in his basement. Caimans and alligators in here that are 4 or 5 feet long. You can't keep those. And people do, and they're surprised when they can't keep them. I'm like, really? You're surprised you can't have an alligator in your house? Our main goal here is public safety and also the safety of the animals. And we have very dedicated people back there, and they definitely stay here for the love of the animals, which also includes getting them adopted out. We'll have about 4,000 impounded animals a year. Probably about close to 2,000 are dogs and cats. The cats and dogs, when they get impounded here, they go on a 5-day hold. And then after the 5 days, if the owner doesn't show up, then we can put them up for adoption. To adopt an animal here is actually really simple. You just come in, look for whatever animal you're looking for, find the right pick. You have to go to the adoption room up there and see if you get along with them. You spend as much time as you want to in there. From that point on, it's just a matter of making sure they're spay or neutered and all their vaccinations up to par and they're good to go. We have a very high adoption rate because we try everything in our power to get animals adopted out. We have Heart of America Humane Society that we do a lot of adoptions through. And then we also have other groups. We have some people that literally will just look all over the country for somewhere for a dog to go. And we sent dogs up into South Dakota, North Dakota, Washington State. So it's actually, it's a huge united effort to get all these animals home.
Tarzan's got lots of energy. Hazel's got a weird meow. Belle, she wants nothing to do with the other cats. She'll kind of get her grumpy face going.
And the good thing about the people here is that they get all their friends to get animals too. All of us have probably the limit of all the animals that we can have at home. You know, they are huge animal lovers. If it was up to the people here, we'd have 15 cats running around in here. We had a citizen one time out there and he was bathing his 2 9-foot-long boa constrictors in the front yard. Apparently I was garnering some attention, and so we went out there and had to have a talk with him about that. Well, I do this job? Oh, dude, I love this job. I grew up on a farm, and taking care of that many animals, you can't help but like animals. This is just like fancy farming. You know, you're just bringing animals in here, taking care of them, and find them homes, and yeah, absolutely animal lover.
traditionally we think as police officers, those responding to law enforcement needs within the community. But honestly, we are there to serve our citizens, and our citizens do go into crisis. They do have mental health crises, and we're being called to those scenes on a regular basis. In order to help serve those citizens better, we did initiate the Crisis Intervention Team Program. These are officers that are specially trained to de-escalate crisis situations. Recently, we've brought co-responders onto the scene, licensed qualified mental health professionals housed within our police department, and they respond with those officers directly to those scenes where a crisis is occurring so they can interact with that citizen and get them the help they need right there on that scene.
The co-responders are either bachelor or master level in a behavioral health related field. They wear plain clothes, they don't carry weapons or anything like that.
I have a police radio that I listen to all day. Listen for, those key words: mental health, behavioral health, crisis.
There's a lot of officers that just call for me. I have my own radio number.
I also have the ability to self-dispatch to them and say 982 is en route.
Officers en route, 914, Armstrong.
So typically I arrive after they've made it safe. I'll make contact and get kind of the rundown, and then I just kind of jump right in.
I'm like, hey, my name's Allison. I'm a mental health professional. I'm here to help you. I'm not here to take you to jail or arrest you.
Sometimes all a person needs is a voice, someone neutral, someone outside that, can listen. I do a lot of safety planning, including family, their support network. Who's close to you? If they're home alone, who can come over and hang out with you today? Can we lock away?
Yes. Good evening again. David Bushak, Economic Development Council to the city. There have been a lot of presentations tonight, so I thought I'd kick this off. As a reminder, this is a conceptual presentation pursuant to the city's economic development incentive policy. The developer will speak first and present their case for their request for a community improvement district, and then I will provide comments after the developer presents.
Thank you.
I'm not going to say good evening. It's good night by now. Patricia Jensen with the Rouse Fretz White Law Office is located at 801 West 47th Street. And Jill?
Jill Giles with the Kroger Co. I'm in corporate economic development at our headquarters in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Great, thank you.
And I get to tell you all the good news, and I'll let Jill tell you about the Kroger family in a minute.
Better news, yeah.
But, mine is the money they're going to get. So, as David stated, this is the conceptual plan for the economic development incentive request for the Kroger's grocery store and the development around us. As you heard, there's probably about 22 acres of undeveloped land, and the zoning that we requested and you approved is CP2. We are requesting approval of a CID for development of the project. I'm going to let Jill tell you about Kroger and the Kroger family.
Thank you. This just shows, Kroger in sound bites. So Dillon's, and by the way, thank you for letting us present our project. We're very grateful, Mayor and Council, for you letting us be here tonight. And it's been a total pleasure working with Joe Barry and Ryan Elam for several months now, talking about the community and what you have to offer. And just want to underscore what Tim said too, because I do work closely with our corporate real estate department on site selection. So, we're here for a reason. We've done our homework. And so it was really good to see the whole region today. Anyway, Kroger, Dillon's is a part of the Kroger company. Kroger is the nation's largest pure-play grocery retailer in the U.S. We are operating over 2,700 retail stores, manufacturing plants, distribution centers in 35 states plus District of Columbia. We employ over 400,000 associates around the country. We are absolutely committed to serving communities through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste initiatives that are active across all our 20-plus divisions. And Dillon's is no exception. We're in Kansas and Missouri. We already partner with major food banks for food rescue, meal prep, delivery, and other hunger relief efforts. We have a close partnership with Harvesters Community Food Network, just to mention one. So again, we're eager to reintroduce Dillon's to Missouri and hopefully establish its first Missouri presence again in Lee Summit. The 99,000 square foot Dillon's Marketplace is bringing a unique grocery experience to the area, adding pharmacy, fuel we talked about, expanded fresh and prepared offerings, and we really would be a strong retail anchor for the area. So we've talked numbers, over a $40 million investment in land, building, and infrastructure. Jobs, again, full-time, part-time, 250 jobs, generating over $9 million in payroll a year. And the company pays 75% of the health benefits for employees, so we have great benefits. At Kroger, we say, come for a job, stay for a career, so there's ample opportunity always. And then we anticipate and forecasted, significant sales revenue, of course, and we believe that 30% of our new sales revenue will come from outside the trade area. Grocery, of course, is a high-frequency business with established competition, but sales are not just redistributed. And we think Dillon's is unique enough that it's going to draw from around the trade area. So the challenges are, as we'll discuss in a minute, the constraints on the land and the roadway improvements are definitely going to make it necessary for a CID in this case. Unfortunately, it's not somewhere the company really wants to go and taxing our customers, but we believe with this partnership, we can work something out that's mutually agreeable for both parties.
And again, it's 100,000 square feet in terms of the Dillons. There's 14 fueling stations, and we have over 250 full-time and part-time employees with an annual payroll between 9 and 10 million. The Lee Summit Economic Development Incentive Policy calls for continued mixed use in this area. We're approximately 1 mile east of I-470 and US 50 interchange, and I know you guys have invested plenty in there because I also represent Quick Trip, and we had a big dealing with switching property so that could occur, and we are surrounded by residential and commercial uses. The estimated total investment of the Dillon's grocery store, and this is just Dillon's alone, this isn't all of the other stuff, is $48,867,000. We have extensive clearing and grading of trees required. We also have a significant amount of fill to bring the site up so that you can see a little bit better. And that is all listed on this screen. The estimated CID costs are $6.7 million, almost $6.8 million. It includes the road widening that's occurring, the sidewalk construction, new traffic signal in the rear access along Northwest Main Street. And again, you've seen these slides. This is the development perspective. The good news for Lee Summit is that over a 27-year period, we estimate that the Lee Summit city sales taxes alone will equal $64 million. The first year of operation, we estimate that the anchor sales will be about $50 million, and that the Lee Summit city sales tax of 2.75% will be over $1.4 million from there, and that it just continues to increase. So we believe certainly that it's a wise investment to do the CID sales tax. We don't believe that will be needed over the entire 27 years. And as Jill stated, Kroger would rather not have another 1% sales tax, so it will be eliminated as quickly as possible. With that, we would ask for you to allow us to continue to move forward in submitting the CID petition, and I know David is going to finish this up, but we appreciate it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, my comments will be fairly brief, especially compared to previous presentations. So this is the very simple summary of their incentive request. Community Improvement District, they're proposing a sales tax only at the rate of 1%. Would be reimbursement for public improvements and other, as the developer's presenting it, business development costs. Total amount of reimbursement, 6.7 million, so close to 6.8 million, which would be about 13.9% of the total project cost if you use the same metric that we've discussed, you're familiar with now. And then the next slide, this is the large slide that we have prepared. Maybe a little bit of background about this slide. This itemizes all the incentives, all the major incentives. I think it captures everything now since the year 2020. All of these are itemized on the left. I won't go through this whole slide because one thing that I can, if you'd like, we can talk about any of this, but to focus in on the summary, we've established these data sets based on the council's previous actions over a period of now 26 or so years. And the average for all of the CIDs alone in the city is 12.3%. And that includes new shopping center CIDs and certain shopping center rehabilitation CIDs. This city council has approved CIDs to rehabilitate age shopping centers, and that goes in this data set too. But if you take into account all of the CIDs across all of the approvals the city council has granted, the average is 12.3%. And looking back at the developer's request, again, just as a benchmark, they're about in that range, in the middle of the range, about 14% is the request. A couple other items that I could mention. The CID boundaries do need to be contiguous, so if you notice on their maps, they have two non-contiguous, non-connected parcels, and we pointed out that would have to be connected, at least through the right-of-way. So the boundaries are all contiguous. The sales tax would, this may be obvious, but the sales tax would only apply at this location. So only shoppers at this location would be impacted by the sales tax, would not apply anywhere outside the boundaries of this shopping area and the project that's being proposed. And I think that concludes my comments. I'd be happy to answer questions or listen to your discussion.
Any questions, comments? Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Thank you. So in terms of the costs that this is going to be funding, so it looks like there's the off-site improvements, the streetlights and things like that, and then there's also the site work. So is this a particularly challenging site to develop because of the topography? Is there something particular about this store, or would it be difficult for anything to go in there?
Well, the developers indicated that there's a substantial amount of fill, and they're proposing to use the CID to fund their substantial amount of their fill costs and the grading costs. The one thing that I will say that we will need to deal with as a legal issue if the CID does move forward is the CIDs can generally fund two categories of costs, and there's some other authority. One is public improvements, and the second is blight clearance. There's a package of blight clearance powers, which are not implicated by this request. They're not proposing that the property be designated as a blighted area. So generally, public improvements are the main category of costs. The developers advance the argument. There's another provision of the CID Act that says that authorizes CIDs to support business activity and economic development in the district. And from that, they are, I think, extrapolating the argument that other grading costs, not where public improvements would be located, but other grading costs for the entire site might be reimbursable through the CID. And that's where I think we run into a particular legal issue associated with that component of the request. It needs to be primarily public benefit and incidental private benefit under state law, under the applicable case law that governs this sort of issue. So there is some question regarding, in my mind, whether all of this number would be fully reimbursable. That's an issue that we can work out if the CID moves forward, but I think that's maybe a more elaborate answer to your question. And for the portions of the project that may be designated as public improvements from the CID's perspective, so it wouldn't be public improvements as the city traditionally considers public improvements. But from a state law perspective, certain areas of the project can be designated as public improvements, like the parking lot can be designated as a public parking lot. And that would make grading costs where those public improvements are located eligible. So some portion of the grading cost that goes into the total cost can be reimbursable, and that's an issue I think we'll have to work out.
Okay, so designating the parking lot as a public parking lot, would that make it, but it wouldn't make it public property, it would just be still part of their site?
So the analysis goes a bit deeper there.
Sorry, I know it's late.
The,
How about this? I am not opposed to the package overall. The percentage seems fine. If it comes back, I would like to understand more fully how this complies with the laws and how it would be structured, because those are not questions for 10:35 p.m., but they are questions that I will have.
Yes.
And then a similar question probably about the rear access drive, because that doesn't necessarily seem like a public improvement. Like some of this just seems like normal site work. So I just want to understand, like, to what extent these are extraordinary issues, you know, or it sounds like they're not making a blight claim. So I will want to know more about that going forward, because you're looking for what are we going to need to see in order to be able to
right.
move this. Those are the questions I'll need to have answered at
Yep,
a later time.
understood. And I think
Yeah.
those are issues that we would have to deal with. At this point, given that this is a conceptual presentation, I think they're looking for your feedback generally on, is a CID acceptable in this circumstance or not? Yes or no? You're giving non-binding feedback tonight. You're not passing any sort of formal judgment on the request, but those issues are the type of things we will have to iron out if
Okay.
it moves
I'd
forward
say
in a formal manner.
Generally, yes. At this level, around the 14%, doesn't give me heartburn. And the clear public improvements in terms of new streetlights and things like that, I have no issue with. I just want to know more about the others. So
Sure.
that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
So, being that it is a little later, I would kind of tend to agree with the comments Mayor Pro Tem Shields just made. If we can provide a little bit more details, roll up our sleeves a little bit on what is allowed, would be permitted legally.
Yep.
I'd be supportive of this as well. And I'm kind of just looking at each of my sides, kind of getting some nods. So I think in general, everybody's okay with moving forward. Trish, you want to say something?
I just have a question, and then I was going to say my comments. So, yeah, overall, I mean, it's a CID, so wherever the people went, you're somewhere out there. You're doing it to your own customers, so if it's your sales that are hurt, that's on you. So, as far as that's concerned, if you need it, you need it. You're doing it to yourself, so go ahead. I have full belief that you will do what's right and come back and explain it all to us. The one question I had, though, is what is that secondary little box?
Sorry, what's that?
If you
On the
go to
site
their
plan.
presentation,
On the site plan, there's
there's 2 yellow boxes.
is that an out parcel?
What's that one?
Yeah. Well,
Right, those are the
I
two.
think she just asked, what is that?
That's an
What
out
is it?
parcel that we just rezoned. Will come back for the preliminary development plan.
Oh, so you're going to own that, too?
Yes.
And you're going to want to put that in the CID as well?
Well, we've
You'll have
talked
to map
about
it
the
out.
fact that we've got to connect it.
Okay. Okay,
And
so
I
that's
don't
just
think there's
something
an
else you're going to
issue.
develop?
Right.
Something
Right.
different, though?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Good? Councilmember Funk?
That answered my question.
Oh, okay, so all the questions have been answered. Mr. Perry, do you want to make a few comments?
I'll be exceedingly brief at 10:44. Been meeting with Jill and the Kroger team since January, and Mr. Elam, I've had several meetings with between then and May. I think the key proponents of this plan that I would just bring up tonight is it is 250 jobs. According to industry standards, that's another 100 to 175 impelled jobs by those base 250 jobs. The property tax surge on this post-development is over $750,000 a year to local taxing jurisdictions in year one, post-completion. The construction value of $49 million will have 9 to 15 million range of construction labor expenditure within that. And so that ripple effect will be throughout the community in addition to the jobs. And I would just end on where I mentioned in the earlier. This goes to a return on investment of an infill parcel. And when you have that in any city, you're running fire trucks by it, you're running police cars by it, you're running water lines by it, you're running storm sewer by it, and you're getting no return on investment. And this project cures the reason this land is likely undeveloped, which is the grade. And they're going to cure that at great cost to them. It's of the $6 million they'll be collecting, it's $4 million of it. So that's been the problem with this piece of ground, and it's going to create a screen of nicer than the industrial behind it. So I think my final comment is it goes to making this a better corridor with with our largest two employers are the school district and the hospital. And this is the corridor that this is just a hole in that corridor. So you can say that this is the city's largest jobs corridor with the two largest employers on it, and this will serve those apartments and others that need food. I will end with one last piece. National data for Food Marketers Institute and Progressive Grocer would say that we are still within, with this added grocery, in the acceptable range of groceries per 10,000 for the city. So I think that would be another reason to go to their comment that Jill brought up, that this would be a net attractor of new retail. We're growing so fast, we shouldn't be concerned about do we have the demand for another grocery based on those statistics. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Perry. Okay, Ms. Jensen, does that give you the kind of the feedback you're looking for?
Yes, it does.
Okay, are you guys good? Well, good. Thank you all for being here.
Your staff's been great.
Yep, we know they're good. They're great. Thank you, appreciate it. All right, we're going to proceed with the agenda, and we've got public comments section on the agenda, and we'll go ahead and get started right away. Mr. Alshawich, I think you're first. We'll go in alphabetical order.
The staff is great, especially for the developers. You guys see that slide, $780 million that we diverted. That pays for a lot of stormwater improvements. You know, maybe we wouldn't be running our reserves if we kept some of that. But that's not my topic tonight. Communication, it's been a big priority for this council. You hired a new communications director, and you spent $48,000 for an outside consultant to create a communication strategy. Yet here we are tonight with a public hearing for the largest development our city has ever seen, 1,000 acres of land with $250 million of subsidies and incentives. And the city made no true effort to inform the residents of the hearing tonight. No Facebook post, no press release, no news coverage at all on this. You know, and you spent the last few hours trying to convince the people in this room how great this project would be for the community. If it's so great, why wouldn't you communicate it ahead of time? How come nobody had anything to say until tonight? Well, you know, it just upsets me that not the city and not even a single one of you council members would post on Facebook about this. And you know, you refer to this as a city within a city. Those are your words. Huge development, and we've got no communication. But really, why wouldn't you put out a Facebook post? You guys all have the app. You know how powerful it is. Every one of you use it when campaigning, right? So you know it's effective. You know the people are there and listening. And the answer is pretty simple why you didn't do it. You know this project isn't good for the community, and it doesn't align with what the expectations and wants of Lease Settlement residents are, and you don't want them here. You don't want them here to talk about it. You know, that's why we're limiting public comment, right? You spend half your time, an alarming amount of time, with rules meetings and communication strategies, really just trying to scheme ways to slow down the Lease Settlement updates page and stop me. And what's funny is it would be so easy for you to do it, because all people want to know is what's happening before it happens, be able to give you feedback. Facebook's a great way where they can give you feedback. They don't have to come here, wait till 11 o'clock at night before they speak, right? And you could take that feedback and vote based on what they want. If you do that, there's no Lease Settlement updates. There's no Zach. It's just you guys. Unfortunately, you won't do that. because it means it'll make it more difficult for you to funnel tax dollars to your friends and your campaign donors like you did tonight. And that's unfortunate, because you guys just keep heading even further in the wrong direction, shutting off your comments on Facebook, and having these rules committees working on ways to marginalize public comment, like you mentioned tonight, right? We're marginalizing them. So unfortunately for you guys, I don't think things are going to get better for you because you don't want to be better. You want to shut down the feedback cycle. You want to do what you want to do. You want the community completely out of this, especially if they disagree with you.
Okay, Mr. Floyd.
I have a pre-written statement. I assume that's not illegal yet. There's a council here who has made her position clearer than most regarding the camera angle during public comments. I disagree with her, but I will defend to the death her right to say it. But she is definitely correct on one point. The city is not legally obligated to video public comments or this meeting at all. So just shut it down. Shut it down. No more video. Let's solve the problem tonight. The city has already set the precedent of disabling comments and throwing the baby out with the bathwater, so just shut it down. I see where this government is going, and I will help it get there. Council Atkins believes that if the front-facing camera is re-engaged, then the performative grandstanding nature of public comments will resume. I will be proactive and resume them now from the back. The mayor is a low-down scoundrel. Council Rader couldn't be a more terrible person. And Manager Dunning offends me to my core. Allegedly, the flowers out front on Green Street cost over $6 million. And if I'm not mistaken, the Public Works Department just leased a Gulfstream G650 jet for $150,000 per week. The information I just gave may not be accurate. It doesn't matter. Here and now, I have the right to say it. I'm shown from the back, but the video quality I hear is excellent, and so is the sound and the lighting. And I'm going to use this video to make a lot of money, a lot more money than I've already made. Just like I'm using these comments to make a point. You don't like what I say, you don't like how I say it, and you don't like what I do with it. Too bad. Either tolerate it as a government who claims transparency and engagement as core pillars, or shut it all down because the public discourse just isn't what you'd like to hear. But consider this first. You swore something as you accepted this duty, and you pledged something before you began this meeting tonight.
Ms. Kelly Morgan.
Good night. This may seem a little anticlimactic for everything that's gone on tonight, but thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the current fireworks ordinance in our town. It's gone too far. This isn't backyard sparklers anymore. It's professional-grade mortars and dynamite-class shells going off in residential neighborhoods. We've lived in Lee Summit for over 30 years, and I am not at all opposed to people celebrating Independence Day. But here's what my family deals with every year. Neighbors shooting off startlingly loud, professional-grade mortars, dynamite, and M80s for hours. Shells and debris land all over our property, our yard, our deck, our roof, the bed of the truck. Car alarms are constantly being triggered up and down our street. Terrified pets who cannot be calmed down for hours, even on meds and with noise-canceling headphones, which they do make, by the way. Smoke and air pollution spike at measurable levels, and along with the trash that's not picked up. Unpredictable loud fireworks can have a real impact on several groups, including our veterans and people with PTSD, where sudden explosive sounds can trigger flashbacks. They can also be frightening to infants, young children, and the elderly, especially those with dementia. This is a safety issue, not just a nuisance. Debris and live shells landing on private property is a fire and injury risk waiting to happen. Illegal and unsanctioned fireworks go on for days before and after July 4th in many neighborhoods. In fact, last July, we booked a place to stay in Minnesota for this year just so we could get away. It's that bad, but we don't want to have to leave our community every year. I'm asking you all to consider some action to restrict consumer fireworks to the low-impact types, no aerial shells or mortars, limit the hours and dates with real enforcement, increase penalties for illegal grade fireworks. Other towns have done this without banning celebrations outright, and I think ours can too. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Teresa Vollenweider?
Teresa Vollenweider, 5201 Northeast Maybrook Road. I had worked really hard for a long time to try to find a document like this. And lo and behold, I found it. And it's not unlike the transposing of numbers 5621 to 5261 to 5621, so that when you go in and try to find something, you can't find it because the numbers have been transposed. So in this case, I was looking for where this line actually connected to this line. This is it. But I found it at 4930 Northwest Canyon Court. Now, why would I, whoops, where did it go? This one was actually signed, digitally signed, by Kim Brennan on October 6th, 2021. Why would a document that related to an address down on Maybrook Road be found under an address, a new build, at 4930 Northwest Canyon Court? That is a question for the people in my district to find out, as well as Mayor Lopez. You live in my district as well. So why is it taking unbelievable acts of searching to find these documents? Now, when I go in, I can't even find this document. I am not allowed to access this document now. And I did notice now that things look different when we go to the City of Lee Summit portal. Things do look different. But I thought we were trying to be transparent here. I thought we had integrity. That's what you were saying tonight. And so I want an answer as to why it took an act of God to find this document.
Thank you. I believe the last presenter tonight is it Don Rosenberg? He leave? Okay. I think that's everyone. All right. So we'll go ahead and go to agenda item number 8. Proposed ordinances, first reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I move for second reading Bill number 26-123, an ordinance accepting final plat entitled Lemone-Smith Business and Rail Center Tract A as a subdivision to the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Cravens. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move for second reading Bill number 26-124, an ordinance vacating a portion of a certain easement located at 201 Southwest Oldham Parkway in the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and seconded by Mayor, it's late. Councilmember Funk. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes 7 yes, 1 no. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I move for second reading Bill number 26-125, an ordinance vacating a portion of utility easement located at Park Ridge 8th Plat, lots 370 to 379 in the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Funk. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you. Please record the vote. Mayor Pro Tem.
Move for second reading Bill number 26-126, an ordinance accepting final plat entitled Hook Farms 3rd Plat, lots 216 to 258 and tracts M, N, and O as a subdivision to the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Carlisle. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes 8-0. Thank you. Please record that vote. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move for second reading Bill number 26-127, an ordinance accepting final plat entitled Eagle Creek Villas First Plat, lots 1 to 51, tracts A through E as a subdivision to Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to advance the second reading by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Cravens. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes. Listen, 8-0. Thank you. Please record that vote. Thank you. Yeah, takes us to action item number 9, proposed ordinance to second reading. Mayor Pro Tem.
Move for adoption Bill number 26-116, an ordinance vacating certain utility easements in the Oldham Village development generally located south of Highway 50 and west Highway 291, south in the city of Lee Summit, Missouri.
Thank you. We have a motion to adopt by Mayor Pro Tem Shields and a second by Councilmember Carlisle. Any discussion? If not, please cast your vote. Motion passes 7 yes, 1 no. Please record that vote. Thank you. All right, takes us to committee reports. There's been a few committees this week, committee meetings. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Shields.
Mine are real quick.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Carlisle.
Thank you, Mayor. Budget Committee met yesterday, discussed health insurance again and how wonderful it's looking. In hopes that we will be able to get less than 25% renewal, but we will see. So if anybody's interested in that, please go watch. And then Rules Committee meets next Thursday? No? Somebody tell me when. Yeah, next Thursday, right? Yes, at 11:30 via Zoom. Thank
Great,
you.
thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll go straight to council comments. Council comments. Yes, Councilmember Rader.
Thank you, Mayor. So where are we with the camera angle on rules?
We're continued discussion next week.
So what's the discussion been so far?
So far, the discussion has been, what are everybody's thoughts on it? We went through that, and then there was a request for any emails that were sent from the public regarding them being upset or happy, either way, about the camera angle. So if you have any, please send them to the clerk so they can go in our packet.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Dunning, I think people are ready to, oh, hang on, Councilmember Carlisle, go for it.
Sorry. Okay, just real quick. Tonight I heard that master planning equals better developments. And I just want to make sure I heard that correct. But I also hope that we will be looking at areas in the city that we can master plan, not just the PRI land, but other areas that are ours, so that we can make sure that we are getting what we want in the city and just not what people want to bring us. So, thank you.
Good point. All right, thank you. No one else? Okay, Mr. Dunning, I think you need to take us home.
One quick item. So our very own Mr. Michael Park has been appointed to the National American Public Works Association, a volunteer leadership position for their accreditation council. So he will be serving in that role for a period of 2 years, and it's a nice recognition for Mr. Park and his leadership in the APWA space. So congratulations to Michael.
Nice job. Okay, that it? All right, it is 11 o'clock. This meeting is adjourned.